Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Christoph Heusgen.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's my honor and pleasure to open this year's Munich Security Conference. We celebrate our 60th anniversary. For 6 decades, we have tried to provide you with a platform to search for peace through dialogue, our motto. One of the most faithful guests of the Munich Security Conference for decades, Henry Kissinger, died, whose death we mourn today. We also mourn today Alexei Navalny. He died just a few minutes ago, a very special man. Our thoughts are today with his wife and his children, and Julia Navalny actually is in Munich, and she wanted to attend this conference and talk about a better Russia. "60 years of Munich Security Conference in Munich and Bavaria. We are grateful to the citizens and to the city of Munich and the state of Bavaria for hosting the MSC, for supporting us and our guests. I would like to also express my gratitude to the many partners, our broadcaster Bayerischer Rundfunk and BR24, and I would like to also express my gratitude to my wonderful MSC team. Minister President Markus Söder, thank you for hosting us again on our 60th anniversary, and may I ask you to take the floor.
Lieber Herr Heusgen, lieber Ischinger, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, welcome back in Bavaria. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass Sie wieder erneut zu uns gekommen sind, zu dieser international überragend wichtigen Konferenz. 60 Jahre MSC sind es jetzt. Begonnen als Wehrkundetagung. Damals, so hieß es in Zeitungsartikeln, es treffen sich die kalten Krieger, sich zu wehren, die Militärs. Zwischendrin haben wir alle geglaubt, das ist keine Herausforderung mehr, die uns beschäftigt. Wir haben uns über neue Themen unterhalten, manchmal sogar gesucht, über was könnten wir jetzt im Mittelpunkt dieser Konferenz diskutieren. Eins kann man sagen, back to the roots. Wir sind wieder beim gleichen großen Thema. Freiheit, Sicherheit, Wehrhaftigkeit. Deswegen ist diese MSC so unglaublich wichtig, dass sie stattfindet. Es ist nicht nur ein Speeddating internationaler Politik, zur Sache Bekenntnis. Ein Bekenntnis zu gemeinsamen Werten. Deswegen ist die transatlantische Partnerschaft auch für uns in Bayern so wichtig. Wir bekennen uns dazu. Lassen Sie uns auch von dieser Konferenz Signale setzen. Erstens, wir stehen zur Ukraine. Ich finde es am Ende schäbig, wenn ein Materialkrieg, den Russland führt, gewonnen wird und die Ukraine verlieren kann, nur weil wir gemeinsam nicht in der Lage sind, ausreichend Munition, ausreichend Waffen zu liefern. Es wäre eine Schande für den Westen, wenn durch interne Streitigkeiten am Ende Russland gewinnt. Deswegen ist wichtig, der Ukraine zu helfen, damit sie nicht nur sich, sondern auch uns alle verteidigt, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Das Zweite, wir bekennen uns zur NATO. Die NATO ist eine Wertegemeinschaft. Sie ist nicht nur Militärbündnis.
It is a community of values, not just a military alliance. It is an alliance of shared values.
Nicht nur es über Geld definieren.
So we should not just define it in terms of money. That is important too. But NATO is not a monetary alliance.
Im Übrigen hat die NATO immense Vorteile, für die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika. In Bayern ist der größte Truppenübungsstadt der Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika in Europa. Hier sind übrigens auch
training ground
ukrainische
here
Soldaten
in
mit
the Federal
trainiert worden.
Republic of Germany. And by the way,
Es
Ukrainian
fühlt sich
soldiers were
einfach gut
trained
an,
there
wenn
too.
amerikanische
It's just a
Soldaten
good
bei uns
feeling
sind.
to see
Im
that
letzten,
American
vorletzten Jahr, als sie
soldiers are
neu
here with
gekommen
us.
sind, habe ich sie mit einem Weißwurstfrühstück
And last time
empfangen.
when they
Das
came,
Beste,
I
was wir zu
received
bieten haben,
them
meine
with
Damen
a
und Herren.
Bavarian breakfast of
Und
white
das Dritte,
sausages. That's the best we have to
auch
offer,
der
ladies
Appell
and
an uns,
gentlemen.
auch an Deutschland.
And the third
Es ist
point
das
is,
klare Ziel,
and
in
that's an
dieser
appeal
NATO
to us,
stark
to
zu sein, und
Germany.
zwar
We
unabhängig.
need to be
Der
strong
Präsident der
within
Vereinigten Staaten
NATO.
ist,
The
für
President
uns
of
ist
the
wichtig,
United
dass am Ende
States
wir unsere eigenen Bemühungen stärken. Deswegen reicht
knows
nicht nur
that we
die Debatte, schaffen wir 2% vom
need
Bruttoinlandsprodukt oder
to
nicht. Am Ende müssen
achieve
wir
our
3
objectives.
haben.
It's not just about
Denn
the 2%
Franz Josef Strauß,
pledge.
ehemals
Franz
Verteidigungsminister
Josef Strauß, who
meiner
used
Partei,
to
der
be
Vorsitzende,
a defense
Ministerpräsident,
minister, he was
hatte
a
zu
member of
seinen
my
Zeiten
party, and he
4%.
used to be minister
Am Ende
president
gibt es keine Alternative zur
Bavaria,
Wehrhaftigkeit.
and
Nur
he
wer wehrhaft
advocated
ist,
4%.
kann frei
At the end,
entscheiden.
there's no, that Berlin is beautiful, but Munich is more
Insofern passt
beautiful.
es sehr gut und
So
lassen
it's
Sie
a
uns auch
good
ein
idea to
Signal
come
setzen,
here, and it's
aller
good to be
Diplomatie.
here. Let us send
Im
out
Grunde
this
genommen
message, a message of
stehen wir
diplomacy.
auf der hellen Seite der Macht.
We are on
May the
the
force
good
with us,
side of the
and
force,
live
and
long
may
and
the
prosper in
force
Bavaria.
be
Danke,
with
dass
us
Sie
and
da sind.
live long and prosper in Bavaria. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Minister President. If you ask people to describe the state of the world, you hear a lot of doom and gloom. And we have reflected this in our Munich Security Report titled Lose-Lose. But we have put a question mark. We don't resign to doom and gloom. My wife and I received a New Year's card from one of MSC's most loyal guests, George Soros, which reads, "There is a silver lining somewhere, but we don't yet know where it is." So for this conference, we have asked all moderators to look in their discussions for a silver lining. Human suffering around the globe has risen to a degree my generation has probably not witnessed before. To name just a few places, the Horn of Africa, Sudan, Yemen, Haiti, Afghanistan, 1 million Rohingya remain stranded in Cox's Bazar. Russia continues its brutal assault on Ukrainians. Israelis have been hit by an inhumane terrorist attack. Around 25,000 Palestinians, most of them children and women, have lost their lives. We will try to look at all these conflicts during the next 3 days, and we will hopefully be able to identify silver linings. Many of these challenges are man-made, which means they can be changed by men and women. Let's take this anniversary conference as a chance to discuss and take steps forward. The foundation for a peaceful future can only be the rule of law and reconciliation instead of revenge. That is what has allowed my country to recover after World War II. That is what has made Western Europe enjoy its longest period of peace. And that is what global leaders wanted for the world when they established the United Nations, when they agreed on the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We will either survive thanks to the strength of the rule of law, or we will all be doomed under the rule of the strongest. The man who has dedicated his last 20 years to the preservation of our global order, of our planet, and of humanity is the Secretary General of the United Nations. Please welcome Antonio Guterres. Antonio, before you take the floor, I would like for you and all guests to listen to the Adagio, composed by Fanny Händel-Mendelssohn, sister of Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy. Maestro Daniel Barenboim, the only person who holds both the Israeli and Palestinian citizenship, was so kind to send to Munich a string quartet from his West Eastern Divan Orchestra that Daniel co-founded together with Edward Said. We will listen to his son Michael, Asif Binis from Israel, Hisham Khouri from Palestine, and Mohamed Hiber from Algeria/Tunisia, who replaced Cindy Mohamed at last minute from Egypt. Daniel Barenboim, the West Eastern Divan Orchestra, and this quartet have one compassion: to strive for peace and equality in the Middle East. They don't despair. There is always a silver lining.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The main program will continue momentarily.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here in Munich again. As the title of our discussion implies, today's global order is not working for everyone. In fact, I would go further and say it's not working for anyone. Our world is facing existential challenges, but the global community is more fragmented and divided than at any time during the past 75 years. Even the Cold War era was, in some ways, less dangerous. The threat of nuclear war was real and existential. That's why the United States and the Soviet Union agreed on arms reductions and controls and other mechanisms to prevent mutually assured destruction. Today, in our multipolar world, we still face the nuclear danger. And we are dealing with two more threats with existential dimensions: the climate crisis and the risks of uncontrolled artificial intelligence. And we have been unable to take effective steps to respond to any of these existential challenges. Multipolarity has created important opportunities for balance and justice and for new leadership on the global stage. But the transition to multipolarity without strong global institutions can create chaos. When power relations are vague, the dangers of aggressive opportunism and miscalculation grow. And today we see countries doing whatever they like with no accountability. Impunity seems to be the name of the game, and so we must all be determined to reestablish the primacy of the rule of law. As the Munich Security Report makes clear, relative gains through competition between countries are being prioritized over absolute gains for all through cooperation. And crises are multiplying, linked to competition and impunity. A global order that works for everyone must address these gaps and provide solutions. Excellencies, if countries fulfill their obligations under the UN Charter and international law, every person on earth would live in peace and dignity. The problem is that many governments are ignoring these commitments. Millions of civilians are paying a terrible price, and record numbers have been forced to flee. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, nothing can justify the unconscionable terror attacks launched by Hamas on 7 October against Israel. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people in Israel's military response. The situation in Gaza is an appalling indictment of the deadlock in global relations. The level of death and destruction is shocking in itself, and the war is also spilling over borders across the region and affecting global trade. The humanitarian aid operation is now on life support. It's barely functioning. Humanitarians are working under unimaginable conditions, including live fire, multiple physical obstacles and Israel restrictions, as well as the breakdown of public order. Rafah is at the core of the entire humanitarian aid operation. An all-out offensive on the city would be devastating for the 1.5 million Palestinian civilians there who are already on the edge of survival. I've repeatedly called for an immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and a humanitarian ceasefire. That is the only way to massively scale up aid delivery in Gaza. And this must be the foundation for concrete and irreversible steps towards a two-state solution based on international law and United Nations resolutions. Excellencies, the war triggered by Russian invasion of Ukraine in clear violation of the UN Charter has no place in Europe of the 21st century. 2 years in, the cost in human lives and suffering is appalling, and the impact on the global economy has been particularly devastating for developing countries. We desperately need a just and sustained peace for Ukraine, for Russia and for the world. But a peace in line with UN Charter and international law, which establishes the obligation to respect the territorial integrity of sovereign states. And around the world, from the Sahel to Libya and Sudan, from the Great Lakes to the Horn of Africa, from Yemen to Myanmar, we need concerted efforts to strengthen regional organizations and for global powers to pressure the parties to the war to come to the peace table and pursue their goals through negotiations. The recent decision of the Security Council to support African Union-led peace-enforcing and counter-terrorism operations is an important step in the right direction. Excellencies, beyond this immediate crisis, we need to strengthen the global peace and security architecture to deal with today's threats and challenges. Those who drafted the UN Charter did not conceive of the climate crisis, artificial intelligence, or cyber weapons. The new agenda for peace, to be discussed at the Summit of the Future in September, aims to update our collective security systems based on a more networked and inclusive multilateralism for a world in transition. From reform of the UN Security Council, to a recommitment to eliminating nuclear weapons and the role of sustainable development and climate action in preventing conflict, the new agenda for peace seeks to update global commitments for the challenges of today and tomorrow. It includes measures to prevent the further fragmentation of global trade rules, supply chains, and more. And it calls for new norms and frameworks to regulate new technologies in the military domain. Excellencies, competition at the global level cannot obscure the divisions we see around us. Communities are riven by hate speech, discrimination, and deepening polarization. Truths and facts are being drained of all meaning in an age of deep fakes and disinformation. We are witnessing an intolerable explosion of anti-Semitism and other forms of religious and racial hatred. Divided societies are weak societies, where extremist narratives can take hold and tensions quickly escalate into violence, undermining democratic values. Tech companies should assume their responsibilities and stop profiting from the amplification of toxic content of all kinds. And we need a new emphasis on social cohesion and the security of every individual through a renewed social contract based on justice and inclusion and anchored in human rights. And this will be the focus of the World Social Summit we will host next year. Excellencies, now we come to the pie of the next discussion, the global economy. Everyone is fighting for a piece of that pie, but zero-sum mindsets mean everyone may get zero, increasing threats to security and prosperity for all. We need peace with justice. Today's global financial architecture, based on frameworks agreed nearly 80 years ago, is outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair. It has failed the world's poorest countries, still suffering the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. They will owe more in debt service this year than their public spending on health, education, and infrastructure combined. And unfortunately, we still lack an effective debt relief mechanism. All this is a development emergency with deep implications for global security. We need urgent action in two areas: a stimulus of $500 billion annually in affordable long-term finance for developing countries to invest in the Sustainable Development Goals as endorsed by the UN General Assembly in September. And we are working with a small group of heads of state to champion and monitor its implementation. And we need a new Bretton Woods movement to reform the global financial architecture so that it corresponds to today's global economy and is able to create a true global safety net, in particular for developing countries drowning in debt. The Summit of the Future will consider the need for deep reforms to make these institutions and frameworks truly universal and inclusive and based in the rule of law. This is essential to create a global economy that works for everyone, everywhere. Excellencies, finally, we must end our war with nature. The climate crisis is gathering pace. Last year was the hottest on record. It would be the coolest for many years to come. The next few years are decisive. Emissions must have peaked by next year, 2025, and must fall by 45% by 2030. We have the tools. We know what to do. We need to progressively phase out fossil fuels and promote a just and equitable transition to renewable energy, led by the G20 countries that are responsible for 80% of global emissions. The next 2 years must see ambitious national determined contributions, national climate plans from every country covering every sector. And we also need to triple global renewable energy capacity, double energy efficiency by 2030, and unlock the necessary finance for developing countries from public and private sources so that they can meet the growing demand for electricity with the infinite clean energy of renewables. All financial commitments made by developed countries in support of climate action, both in mitigation and adaptation, must be met. Excellencies, it is clear that our world is in deep trouble. Global governance in its present form is entrenching divisions and fueling discontent. We must work based on justice with renewed urgency and solidarity. There is always an opportunity to create a more inclusive, comprehensive, and effective global order that works for everyone based on international law. A safer world and a bigger pie for all. That is the objective of the UN Summit of the Future in September. Let's seize the opportunity, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your speech, and I think everybody here is behind me supporting you for the Summit of the Future, for the goal to establish a global order that works for all. I'm now very happy to announce the panelists of our first panel today at the Munich Security Conference, and I'd like to welcome Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. Thank you very much for joining us for a second time, please. I would like also to welcome Nanu Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana, who is a regular, and thank you very much for again joining us here in Munich, Mr. President. And then for the first time, also for the first time in the MSC history, we have a President of Colombia, Mr. Gustavo Petro Urrego, who on very short notice decided to come here. Thank you. Usually at the Munich Security Conference, we have in the last days cancellations. In this case, the ambassador of Colombia called me 2 days ago to say the President of Colombia wants to come and join you here. And we are very grateful that you took this long journey to come here. Mr. President, I would like to go back to the theme of the opening, the question of reconciliation. You heard the orchestra, the quartet, and you come yourself from a country that many citizens were victims of terrorism. And in your country, you chose the way, the pathway also to reconciliation. And when we see the many conflicts that we have, and we had at our kickoff session on Monday, the foreign minister of Rwanda, who told us about after the genocide that happened, they chose the way of reconciliation instead of revenge. Can you tell us a bit how Colombia has managed, and also on your views for an international summit for peace?
Bien, gracias.
Thank you very much.
En un mundo que
Well,
habla
in a
es
world
de guerra,
that talks about war,
Colombia está hablando de
Colombia
paz.
speaks about peace.
Y no es la primera
And
vez.
it's not the first time
Nosotros tenemos un
we
conflicto
have a conflict,
armado que pasa por
an
fases
armed
de la historia y
conflict
que ya
that
completa
has been with us
75
for
años.
75 years.
Se viste de ropas diferentes,
It
pero
has
permanece.
different colors, but it's still with
No hay
us.
nación
It
en el
changes,
mundo
but
que se
it's
pueda
always there.
sostener,
There's
construir,
no country that you
matándose
can
a sí
build up
misma durante
when people
75
kill
años.
themselves during 75
qué?
years. Why?
en el fondo,
Well,
porque somos uno de los
because
países
we are
más
one of the-
desiguales socialmente del mundo.
one of the countries
Porque
that is,
heredamos un régimen que fue la esclavitud.
that is so unequal.
Hacia el siglo
We have,
XVI, pocos países,
slavery
los americanos,
regime that we
manteníamos un
inherited,
régimen oprobioso,
and
la esclavitud.
we had slavery in
Y
our
porque
country,
fueron
and
quedando esas
we
estructuras
kept
antidemocráticas
these
en la economía, en la
anti-democratic
mentalidad y en la
structures in our
sociedad.
economy, in our mentality, in our society.
Si usted
So,
quiere saber qué
if you want
pienso
to
yo de
know what
cómo
I think
reconciliarnos
about
y
reconciliation
cómo proyectar esa
and
idea
how we
incluso
can
a
project
escala
this
planetaria,
idea on a planetary
tendría que
level,
decir que
then
hay que
I
construir
have to say
justicia
that we
social.
have to build social
Una
justice.
frase repetida, no es una
And
idea
we
nueva.
have said this so many
Pero
times, it's
Colombia
not a new
ha podido
idea, but Colombia
pacificarse
could find
paulatinamente a
peace
través
step by step
de los últimos 30 años.
during the last 30
Voy a
years.
poner un ejemplo
And I
concreto en
will tell you
estadísticas.
a statistical
Una de nuestras
example.
ciudades
One
tenía
of our
400
cities had
homicidios por
400
cada 100,000
homicides
habitantes.
per
Hoy tiene
100,000
16.
citizens. It's
Aún alto.
16 today. It's still high,
Pero
it's still high,
indudablemente mucho
but
menor de lo
it's
que existió hace
lower
apenas
than
25, 30 años.
25 or 30 years ago.
¿Cómo se logra
So
esa
how can you
pacificación?
achieve this
¿Con
appeasement?
cárceles?
With
¿Con
jails?
bombas?
With bombs?
En Colombia se han bombardeado
Well, we have had
niños.
bombs thrown on children
¿Con
in Colombia.
genocidio?
Genocide?
En mi opinión, en Colombia
Well,
han
in
existido
Colombia,
genocidios.
there has been genocide.
Una violación
We have
catastrófica
had
de derechos
a
humanos en
very
nuestra
strong
propia sociedad,
violation of human rights in
cometida
our
por gente de
society,
nuestra propia sociedad.
by people of our
Pero
own
¿qué es lo que ha
society.
funcionado?
So what is the one thing that has
Hacer
worked?
justicia social.
Social justice.
Disminuir las
So
causas
we need
de
to
la
have
desigualdad
less
económica.
causes for economic
Tratar de
inequality.
que en un país tan
We need
bello
to
como
try
Colombia,
that in a country
tan
that is
diverso
so
como
beautiful, so
Colombia,
diverse as
su
Colombia,
propia sociedad, su
the own
propia
society,
diversidad
the
humana
own human
pueda
diversity
existir
can
con dignidad.
exist in
Esa
dignity.
lucha
So this
entre
fight
una visión y
between
la otra,
one vision and another
entre si
vision,
es la bomba despedazando niños y la
between
cárcel,
a bomb
o es la
throwing
construcción
children
de
or
un
jail,
pacto de justicia
or
social en el
maybe it's the
país,
construction of
y por
a
tanto de una
justice pact in
democracia
the
nos ha
country. So
recorrido en
we
tensiones
have
políticas
had a different
desde que hicimos la
political
Constitución del
opinions since we
91. Los resultados
had
beneficiosos
started
desde el
our
punto de vista
constitution in
estadístico,
91.
sin
So
que
statistically
hayamos
seen,
podido salir aún
we have
de
not
niveles de violencia, tiene
achieved
que ver
to
con un
have
objetivo,
less
construcción de
violence,
justicia
but
social.
we have built social justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this social justice. Mia Motley, thank you very much for joining us here again. You are one of the greatest advocates for reforming global governance, especially in the area of climate finance, a theme that the Secretary General also included in his speech. The Munich Security Conference has selected you this year as one of the 2 recipients of its Ewald von Kleist Award. Thank you for joining us. Can you dwell a bit on what the Secretary General already touched upon, and that is, how do we fix the international financial institutions that they tackle the most challenging, most urgent challenges like climate change? And how do we make sure that they really benefit the countries that are most affected, even the smallest one?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the award this year. I take it not for myself, but really as an example of those of us who have tried to create a voice where none has existed. And that's exactly what is needed in the multilateral system, to be able to allow for voices to be heard and people to be seen. I think that the Secretary General's comments have been continuous, forthright. So you ask yourself, how is it not happening? Well, geopolitics, domestic politics, and a failure simply to act. There is no more knowledge that is needed to be able to allow decisions to be made. And the question is, therefore, why aren't we getting the decisions taken that will make the difference to people's lives, that will make the difference to us being able to save the planet? And some of it is not even always with malice, but some of it is just benign. Take the European Union deforestation regulations. I don't think that anyone, when those regulations were settled, intended to be able to harm anyone. But the reality is that because of the complex nature of bureaucracy that is involved in it, and the links to smartphones, etc., you're effectively ruling out millions of people in Africa from being able to participate legitimately in the sale of their produce. And that this therefore means that the business that would have been occasioned for them as a result of large multinational corporations will go elsewhere. Now, the Chancellor of this country stood out last year when he indicated very boldly that we have to change the economic construct that saw the extraction of commodities without value from particularly the global south. But it can't be the voice of one or two in speeches or conferences such as this. And what the global system misses is an effective mechanism for decision making. You talk about climate finance, but it's not just climate finance. I've said over and over, it's a whole range of global public goods. Because take, for example, with respect to the European Union deforestation regulation, it's intended to be able to help save the planet. But you can't work good for the planet and do bad for the people. Because at the end of the day, if the people can't live, and the people can't have peace, and the people can't have prosperity, then you have a barren planet. So that I think that something is fundamentally wrong with a system that does not provide for an occasion. The UN definitely gives us the opportunity to talk, but we have to find an executive framework that allows decisions to be taken in a more timely manner. And why? The Secretary General pointed out this afternoon, the climate crisis is not waiting on us, even as we solve the problems of Palestine and Israel, of Haiti, of Africa, with respect to the disruptions in sub-Saharan Africa within the last few years. Equally, unbridled and unregulated artificial intelligence is not waiting for somebody to stop it from going, and it's continuing to literally inform how businesses do business and products that they develop. We cannot afford the luxury anymore of a failure of regulation and a failure of decision making. And too much, regrettably, is as a result of geopolitics and as a result of domestic politics. And by the time we wake up and are ready to do it, the consequences may be too far and for us to bring back.
Thank you for this so clear demand for effective mechanisms. President Akufo-Addo, we are very grateful that again you come here to the Munich Security Conference, despite the fact that actually you should be on your way to Addis Ababa to the summit of the African Union, and we really appreciate your being here. Picking up of what the Prime Minister just said, can regional organization, can the African Union work closer together, coordinate their political will more so that they are more effective in actually seeing to it that what Mia Mottley asked for is implemented? Can the African Union coordinate better also other continents so that when the summit of the future happens, there is more countries speak with one voice, like the EU is speaking with one voice on many occasions? Can you also do that and therefore make a difference and make the summit in the summer of a success?
So, Dr. Houston, thank you very much once again for inviting me. This is the second time, and I appreciate it very much. Congratulate you also on your 60th edition. 60 is a big number, and it's good that you have. I think that the African Union, I mean, the context of your question, the African Union does speak on one voice on many, many critical matters. But the African Union is representing states that are amongst some of the weakest and the poorest in the world. And their capacity to change the context of the world is relatively limited. Many of the things that have to be done cannot be done by the African Union. It can be done by the African Union in concert with others if others also share the same perspectives. And I believe that that is the biggest issue confronting all of us. To what extent is there a certain universality in the sharing of values and the sharing of solutions? Growing the pie. The growing the pie is in itself not sufficient to deal with the problems that the world has. Growing the pie and seeing to it that there's a more equitable distribution of the pie is a critical factor in being able to ensure that the 21st century is in fact a century where there will be what we're not seeing in this first part of the 20th century, of the 21st century, peace and order in the globe. That is going to be made possible when the sharing of, not just the growing of the pie, but the sharing of the pie is taking place on a more equitable basis. And I think that that is at the heart of the discussions that all of us should have, because a situation whereby the so-called global South, where Africa features, is always at the wrong end of the stick in terms of its takeout of global assets, cannot be a way forward for an orderly state of humanity. It cannot work. It's not possible for us to maintain the paradigm where one part of the world is privileged and comfortable, and the other part of the world is suffering and is under constant threat of starvation, malnutrition, and the rest. We have to have a paradigm that recognizes that for there to be peace and order in our world, we also have to have a certain mental revolution that has to take place, especially amongst the rich people of the world. Has it to be that in order for one part of the world to prosper, the other part of the world has to be impoverished or poor? Is that a necessary equation for the 21st century? I don't believe it is. I believe it is possible for us, especially when you look at the huge advances that we're making in technology across all areas of the world, whether in health, in agriculture, in the manner in which financial instruments work, that it should be possible for us to construct a world on a better principle than what we have had up till today. We can grow the pie, critical, but we can also look at how that pie can be shared on a more equitable basis. And I believe if the focus amongst all of us is there, we can then create the institutions at the global level that will make it possible. As it is today, global financial institutions, global governance institutions are all working in a way to preserve the structure of the world as it is today. And it has turned out not to be a very satisfactory world because of the manner in which these institutions work. So if indeed our goal is to create a pie that works for everyone, then the reform of these global institutions has to be an imperative necessity for our time. When I'm talking about the manner in which the Security Council works and United Nations work, we're talking about how the Bretton Woods institutions, IMF, World Bank, the multilateral development organizations work. There is the need for some fundamental reforms in the way in which these organizations work. I mean, we have seen in our own eyes, for instance, as far as the Security Council, which is meant to be the principal organ for the maintenance of international peace and security, has become paralyzed by its very structure and nature. The body that should be taking the most prominent role in trying to bring these various wars to the end cannot, because the main protagonists of these wars are the veto-wielding powers of the Security Council. That cannot be a satisfactory way in which this world can work. And we see it in other areas of the global system. So the question then comes back, and it's the same. The African Union, in many, many cases, has found it possible and indeed necessary to speak with one voice on critical matters. But its interlocutors, are these interlocutors also prepared to find a way to meet the African Union halfway, to be able to deal with these issues, these fundamental issues of the reform of because the global financial architecture, for instance, is a major barrier to the ability of the states of Africa to be able to participate in growing the pie in an effective manner. So that would be my response.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we turn to the public, Secretary General, can I ask you a question? I think when you listen to the two presidents, the Prime Minister, they totally back what you have said before, what you asked for. Now, when you go to the streets of Munich or probably most of the cities in Europe, and when you say there is this summit of the future coming, which is really the one summit that is key also on the way to implement sustainable development goals, you'll have many people who don't know about this. And somehow, it is not in daily politics. You were a Portuguese politician, 20 years ago. You know about domestic politics. How do we succeed in having the topics that were mentioned here, the topics that are the key topics for this world, for this planet to survive? How do we get this in the daily political life, on the agenda of day-to-day politics also nationally?
Well, I think it's very important to do our best to avoid the kind of technocratic political language that nobody really understands, and to speak in a way that everybody can be able to analyze the problems that exist and to fight for the solutions that are necessary. Let us speak in relation to some of the issues that were raised here. The importance of the rule of law. we live in societies that are more and more polarized, more and more divided. We live in a continent where war came back. So we need to be able to explain the importance of human rights and the importance of the rule of law based on the problems that we are facing in our own societies, the polarization, and on the fact that war came back to Europe. On the other hand, when I was Prime Minister, as you mentioned, we lived in the glorious moment of globalization. And we thought globalization would solve all problems. And it's true that inequalities were growing in relation to people, but in relation to countries, developing countries were catching up. And until very recently, Africa, for instance, for 10 years was the continent in which the growth rates were higher. But we need to be able to explain, when we discuss how important it is to reform the international financial system, we need to be able to explain to people what has happened in a way that people can understand. Now, here in Germany, as in Portugal, when the COVID came, we were able to print a lot of money to support the populations. And the United States printed more than $1 trillion. And all developed countries were able to print money. Developing countries could not print money, so they increased their debt. And how they increased their debt, when afterwards the war in Ukraine came, prices went up, interest rates went up, and they are now in a terrible debt trap. Now, we can explain this to people looking into the family economy. What has happened to the world is exactly what has happened to some of the families that live in our societies, that have their mortgages, that now pay higher interest rates, that have seen prices go up more quickly. And to make them understand that if these problems we are facing in our societies, I'm talking now about Europe, are dramatic for many of us, to the extent that populists are making a lot of success, as we know, in their campaigns, they are even much more dramatic to countries that could not have the instruments of support of populations that we have in our own societies. I think we need to translate our wish to reform the Security Council, to reform the Bretton Woods system, to reform the international financial architecture into things that people can understand because they are related to their daily life. Unfortunately, most of the political debate is a political debate in such a way that people do not understand. And then come the populists with very simple ideas that are totally wrong, that will lead to no solution, but that people understand and tend to follow with the threats to our democracies that we are witnessing now everywhere.
I wonder if I can come in here, because the Secretary General has made a very relevant point about keeping communications simple. For the longest time, we have been arguing through the Bridgetown Initiative and others that let's take debt. We just heard about the explosion of the problem of debt around developing countries like a millstone because of the pandemic, because of the increased prices coming after the Ukraine war. But yet, the international financial institutions will want you to go on a debt trajectory that says that your debt sustainability should be anchored 60% debt to GDP. When in truth and in fact, every country in Europe is now, I think, on or about 90%. And the only reason you probably haven't changed it is because of the difficulty in how you change a treaty. What this means is that countries like ours are kept on a trajectory that does not allow us to make the investments that are necessary to boost education, to boost healthcare, to reduce the chances of social implosion and the lack of security that will take more than a generation to recover from. And yet what it requires is just simply people speaking and agreeing to new metrics at the level of the international financial institutions. Let's take insurance. The biggest problem that the world is not looking at, in my view, with respect to the climate crisis, is how the climate crisis is going to make the microeconomy effectively dysfunctional, and how it's going to be difficult for homeowners to be able to get insurance in certain districts in the world. Insurance was meant to manage risk, but when risk now becomes certain, what's happening in California with wildfires, what's happening in Florida and Virginia Beach is only a microcosm of what will happen in the Caribbean. But at least in the States, in the United States of America, they can move to a different state. Tell me where in the Caribbean they're going to move to as a sovereign country. When Montserrat, with the volcanic eruptions, effectively had to take people out, people had to go to the UK, and when they went to the UK, they did not even have equal rights and status as people who were born in Britain. So this world has to confront the fact that the climate crisis is going to make certain regions uninvestable, and if they become uninsurable, they're going to become uninvestable. And therefore, we're going to start to be able to see climate migration and more insecurity in a way that we have not bargained for, and especially in neighborhoods that are frightened for migration.
Thank you for this. I'm getting sign that we
Dr.
are
Houston, if I may
running out of time. Can I ask the two presidents for a 1-minute statement on that? And sorry, but President Pedro asked for the floor before. 1 minute, and then President Ghana, 1 minute, please.
Yo pienso que crisis
Well, I think that
da una sensación de que
a state of crisis gives you the feeling that there is something falling down.
ha
So
llegado a su fin un paradigma
a paradigm has come to
y
its end,
depende cómo
and
saltemos
depends
hacia
on us
adelante
how
o
we
no
move forward
saltemos.
or don't move forward.
El paradigma es
A paradigm
como gobernamos en los últimos
is
40 años.
that the way that we
Que
have
el
governed the
mercado
last 40
iba a
years,
llevarnos al
that
máximo
the
de
market
bienestar.
would lead us to
La
wealth.
realidad de hoy es que
But
estamos a punto de
the reality
extinción.
today is that it
Es decir,
has not been
todo
that
lo
way.
contrario.
We are close to extinction. So
Esa
it's the contrary.
sensación de
This
extinción,
feeling of
de
extinction,
que se acabó la idea
that
del progreso,
the idea of progress
nos
has
puede llevar o a la
ended,
barbarie,
can lead us to barbary, like
1933
in
global.
1933,
Estamos viendo un genocidio indirecto
where we
y no
have seen an
podemos
indirect
hacer
genocide and we
nada,
cannot do anything,
o somos cómplices con
or
él.
maybe we're
Es apenas el comienzo,
part of it.
no es la
So
solución final.
it's a start. It's not
Es
an
el
end solution.
comienzo
It's a
que
start.
todos nuestros países
And
en
all
el
of our
sur
countries in the
podemos
south
empezar a vivir.
can start with it.
El sur expulsa a su población porque su
So
agua se seca
people are leaving our
por ser
countries
zona
because
tórrida.
there is no water.
y va hacia el norte
We have drought,
porque
and
los
people
hielos se
move to the
deshielan en el
north,
norte y hay
and then
más
we
agua
see that
líquida.
there is more water there because
Detrás de
the
la
ice is
crisis y
melting.
el desplome
But
está la
behind the
crisis
crisis,
climática que
we have
produjo el
the
mercado.
climate crisis and
Y eso se transforma
caused by
políticamente
the
en
market.
barbarie,
And this leads to barbarie.
en fascismo en el norte,
It leads to
en
fascism.
destrucción de
It
los
leads to
valores
destruction of the
democráticos
democratic
totales
values
en la humanidad.
for all
Hay otra
the
salida
humanity. There is another
posible,
way out, a possible
un
way
pacto
out,
democrático.
which could be a
Tanto
democratic
África
pact.
como América del Sur
Africa and
tenemos
South America,
el mayor
we both
potencial de
have a
energías limpias
very,
del
very big
planeta.
potential for clean energies.
Se puede ver
biggest potential
como
in the
antaño
world.
con el petróleo como un saqueo.
And
Se puede ver como
we
un
can
pacto.
see it as a pact.
Ustedes tienen la
So,
chimenea que
maybe
arroja CO2
You have
y
the
está
chimney that
llevándonos a la
throws out
barbarie y la extinción.
CO2 and has led us or is
Nosotros
leading us to
tenemos la
barbarie.
energía limpia.
And we
¿Qué
have the clean
hacemos?
energy. So what can we do?
La barbarie y la guerra,
Will we go to
el
war?
bombardeo
Will we
o un pacto
throw
de
bombs?
nuevo democrático
Or will
entre
we
el norte y el
sign
sur, es
a
decir, entre
democratic
la
pact
humanidad.
between
¿Qué
North and South,
implicaría? Y termino ahí.
between humanity?
Con el fortalecimiento de otro paradigma. Y es que el
With
mercado
strengthening
actuando
another
solo no
paradigm,
nos lleva al
that
bienestar,
is
nos
that
lleva al
market
abismo.
alone will
Que
not
se
lead us to
necesita
wealth.
de nuevo un
It will lead
poder
us to
público.
abysm. So we
Pero
need
el
a
poder
really
público tiene
public
que ser
force, and
global,
this
ya no
public
puede
force
ser
needs to be
nacional.
global. It cannot be
Un
national.
poder público
So a
global
public global
democrático
force,
significa
democratic force,
el
and
cambio
that
de las
means
relaciones de poder.
the change of
Si queremos
the
mantener las mismas
relationships
de
of
hoy, eso
the
significa la
of the
fuerza
power
bruta.
relation.
Se
So
mide
if we
el
want
número de
to
aviones y de
maintain
bombas. Si
our
queremos
current situation,
realmente sobrevivir
then
como
we would
humanidad,
we would
eso
measure
significa
power,
el número de votos.
like how many bombs has someone or
Hoy la
planes.
humanidad ha
But
votado
another
en
way would
Naciones
be
Unidas
to
el
see
fin de las
votes.
guerras.
Today we have voted
¿Por
against
qué no nos hacen caso?
war. So
Porque tienen más
why
aviones,
don't they listen to us?
Pues más
because
aviones es la
because they have
barbarie.
more planes,
Más
that would
votos
lead
es
to
la
barbarian.
democracia, la
More votes is
civilización y la
democracy,
humanidad.
civilization, and humanity.
Thank you for this. Unfortunately, President Kamala, we have to stop because our program is running already a bit late, and we have to stay on time. So I think that also the President of Colombia spoke also on behalf of you. So thank you very much for this. Mr. Secretary General, please leave for New York via Africa with the feeling that you have a lot of support for the success of the Summit of the Future. It is as urgent as ever. We need this effective multilateralism. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you to the President. Thank you for the Prime Minister for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The main program will continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll continue with the main program momentarily. Please take your seats now.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? Please take your seats. Hey, Chris Coons, please take your seat. Wonderful that you are here. Thank you. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my sincere pleasure and honor to welcome the Vice-President of the United States, Kamala Harris. It's the third consecutive year at the MSC. It's the second Vice President of the United States to attend the MSC 3 times after Joe Biden. And it's a sign of this administration's strong commitment to transatlantic partnership and of MSC's transatlantic rules. Also, I have an impressive US congressional delegation here from both sides of the aisle. Madam Vice President, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Christophe. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Before I begin today, we've all just received reports that Alexei Navalny has died in Russia. This is, of course, terrible news, which we are working to confirm. My prayers are with his family, including his wife, Yulia, who is with us today. And if confirmed, this would be a further sign of Putin's brutality. Whatever story they tell, let us be clear, Russia is responsible. And we will have more to say on this later. As Christophe said, this is my third time here, and I'm honored to be with so many friends. This year, we gather amid an increased instability and conflict in the Middle East. We gather amid Russia's ongoing aggression in Ukraine, China's efforts to reshape the international order, transformative technological change, and of course, the existential threat of the climate crisis. In this context, I know that there are questions here in Europe and around the world about the future of America's role of global leadership. These are questions the American people must also ask ourselves. Whether it is in America's interest to continue to engage with the world or to turn inward. Whether it is in our interest to defend long-standing rules and norms that have provided for unprecedented peace and prosperity, or to allow them to be trampled. Whether it is in America's interest to fight for democracy, or to accept the rise of dictators. And whether it is in America's interest to continue to work in lockstep with our allies and partners, or go it alone. Today, I will explain how President Biden and I answer these questions, with full knowledge that how America responds will affect the American people, the people of Europe, and people around the world. I believe it is in the fundamental interest of the American people for the United States to fulfill our long-standing role of global leadership. As President Biden and I have made clear over the past 3 years, we are committed to pursue global engagement, to uphold international rules and norms, to defend democratic values at home and abroad, and to work with our allies and partners in pursuit of shared goals. As I travel throughout my country and the world, it is clear to me, this approach makes America strong, and it keeps Americans safe. However, there are some in the United States who disagree. They suggest it is in the best interest of the American people to isolate ourselves from the world, to flout common understandings among nations, to embrace dictators and adopt their repressive tactics, and abandon commitments to our allies in favor of unilateral action. Let me be clear. That worldview is dangerous, destabilizing, and indeed short-sighted. That view would weaken America and would undermine global stability and undermine global prosperity. President Biden and I therefore reject that view. And please do understand, our approach is not based on the virtues of charity. We pursue our approach because it is in our strategic interest. I strongly believe America's role of global leadership is to the direct benefit of the American people. Our leadership keeps our homeland safe, supports American jobs, secures supply chains, and opens new markets for American goods. And I firmly believe our commitment to build and sustain alliances has helped America become the most powerful and prosperous country in the world. Alliances that have prevented wars, defended freedom, and maintained stability from Europe to the Indo-Pacific. To put all of that at risk would be foolish. President Biden and I have demonstrated there is a smarter way. When it comes to America's national security, our approach starts with our historic direct investment in the working people of America, an investment which has helped build a resilient and innovative economy. We are clear, we cannot be strong abroad if we are not strong at home. We have made a once-in-a-generation investment to rebuild our roads and bridges and ports and highways, with more than 40,000 infrastructure projects across all of our 50 states. We're bringing semiconductor manufacturing back to America, which will secure our supply chains and enable the future of technology. And we have invested $1 trillion to address the climate crisis and build a new clean energy economy, reduce emissions, and meet our global climate commitments. Our economic vision has ensured America's economy remains the strongest in the world, with historic job creation, historic creation of small businesses, and broad-based economic growth. And over the past 3 years, backed by this strong track record at home, we have implemented our national security strategy. In the Indo-Pacific, we have invested heavily in our alliances and partnerships and created new ones to ensure peace and security, and of course, the free flow of commerce. We have responsibly managed competition with China, standing up to Beijing when necessary, and also working together when it serves our interest. In the Middle East, we are working to end the conflict that Hamas triggered on October 7th, as soon as possible, and ensure it ends in a way where Israel is secure, hostages are released, the humanitarian crisis is resolved, Hamas does not control Gaza, and Palestinians can enjoy their right to security, dignity, freedom, and self-determination. This work, while we also work to counter aggression from Iran and its proxies, prevent regional escalation, and promote regional integration. In addition, we have strengthened our partnerships on the continent of Africa, understanding that the innovation happening on the continent will shape the future of our world. We have also worked with partners in the Caribbean and throughout Latin America to increase private sector investment, address the climate crisis, and address the root causes of migration. And the Biden-Harris administration has led the world to respond to the climate crisis and ensure AI is developed in service of the public interest. We have also worked to advance and uphold rules and norms for outer space and to empower women around the globe. And here in Europe, we have joined forces with our friends and allies to stand up for freedom and democracy. Christophe, I reflect on 2 years ago when I first stood on this stage on the eve of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Many of us will recall that time when many thought Kyiv would fall within days. Yet the skill and the bravery of the people of Ukraine, along with the leadership of President Zelensky and the 50-nation coalition the United States has led, has allowed Ukraine to achieve what so many thought was impossible. Today, Kyiv stands free and strong. The world has come together with leadership from the United States to defend the basic principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to stop an imperialist authoritarian from subjugating a free and democratic people. Make no mistake, Putin's war has already been an utter failure for Russia. Ukraine has regained more than half the territory Russia occupied at the start of the conflict, thanks in part to a massive supply of American and European weapons. The Russian military has suffered severe setbacks. It has lost 2/3 of its tanks and more than 1/3 of its fleet in the Black Sea. Because of Putin's aggression and recklessness, Russia has also suffered over 300,000 casualties. Remember, that's more than 5 times what it lost in 10 years in Afghanistan. And now it forces conscripts onto the front lines with as little as 2 weeks of training. We have also imposed economic costs on Russia for its aggression. And together with our G7 partners, we have frozen Russia's sovereign assets and made clear Russia must pay for the damages it has caused to Ukraine. I applaud the recent $54 billion commitment the EU made to support Ukraine, on top of the more than $100 billion our European allies and partners have already dedicated. You have made clear that Europe will stand with Ukraine. And I will make clear, President Joe Biden and I stand with Ukraine. In partnership with supportive bipartisan majorities in both houses of the United States Congress, we will work to secure critical weapons and resources that Ukraine so badly needs. And let me be clear, the failure to do so would be a gift to Vladimir Putin. More broadly, NATO is central to our approach to global security. For President Biden and me, our sacred commitment to NATO remains ironclad. And I do believe, as I've said before, NATO is the greatest military alliance the world has ever known. NATO was founded on a very simple premise. An attack on one is an attack on all. And when it comes to conflict between nations, NATO has deterred aggression against its members to the benefit of the security of the American people. For the past 75 years, NATO members have maintained this solemn pact, including on 9/11, when terrorists attacked America. And for the first and only time, NATO invoked Article 5, the Collective Defense Clause, and NATO stood by America's side. Nevertheless, recall, before the President and I took office, some questioned the usefulness of NATO, suggested it was, quote, obsolete. Some in my country also questioned the value of our commitment to NATO's collective defense and called for the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Germany. Now, thanks to the leadership of the United States, NATO is stronger, larger, more unified, and more effective than ever before. We have reinforced NATO's eastern flank with more weapons and forces, including air defense and fighter coverage, a sustained presence of Army brigades, and a permanent U.S. Army headquarters in Poland. And of course, Europeans are also stepping up. Since President Biden and I took office, the number of NATO members that have met the goal of spending 2% of GDP has doubled. NATO has also added one new member, and we're on track to add another. And we look forward to welcoming both Finland and Sweden to Washington for NATO's 75th anniversary summit this summer. Around the world, we have made great progress. But ultimately, I do believe none of the gains we have made will be permanent unless we are vigilant. And let us remember, none of these gains were inevitable. I ask you, imagine if America turned our back on Ukraine and abandoned our NATO allies, and abandoned our treaty commitments. Imagine if we went easy on Putin, let alone encouraged him. History offers a clue. If we stand by while an aggressor invades its neighbor with impunity, they will keep going. And in the case of Putin, that means all of Europe would be threatened. If we fail to impose severe consequences on Russia, other authoritarians across the globe would be emboldened. Because you see, they will be watching, they are watching, and drawing lessons. History has also shown us, if we only look inward, we could not defeat threats from outside. Isolation is not insulation. In fact, when America has isolated herself, threats have only grown. I need not remind the people of Europe of a dark history when the forces of tyranny and fascism were on the march. And then America joined our allies in defense of freedom and to safeguard our collective security. So I'll close with this. In these unsettled times, it is clear America cannot retreat. America must stand strong for democracy. We must stand in defense of international rules and norms. And we must stand with our allies. That is what represents the ideals of America. And the American people know that is what makes us strong. And make no mistake, the American people will meet this moment. And America will continue to lead. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, for these strong words, for this strong commitment to NATO. And tonight we will honor again one of the strongest Republicans who has been here with the Munich Security Conference for many, many years, John McCain. I think if he were to listen, and his wife is here, would be very grateful for your bipartisan words. We are running late, so I have to, I cannot go into a long discussion, but I want to pick up on the one issue besides Ukraine, which you have covered very long, on the Israel-Palestine issue. From your perspective, you touched briefly on that. What is the long-term vision for the Israelis and Palestinians, and how will they live with each other? Will it be possible, what we mentioned earlier, also with respect to Rwanda, where there was a genocide, is it possible to come, instead of revenge, to reconciliation? How do we get from here to there? How do we get to where what you said about two-state solution, living side by side? Is it actually achievable?
The short answer is yes, I do believe it is, but we must then put the discussion in context, starting with October 7th. On October 7th, Hamas committed a terrorist act that was about slaughtering over 1,200 Israelis, innocent people, many of them young people who were attending a concert. Women were horribly tortured and raped, rape being used as a tool of war. And it is important that we remember what that was. And I will say, understand that Israel then had a right to defend itself. We would. We would. And how it does so matters. We have also been clear that far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed, that Israel must do better to protect innocent civilians. We have seen what has been happening in terms of the images that we see on a daily basis of the human suffering and the need for humanitarian aid. And the President and our administration and I have been very adamant about getting that humanitarian aid in. We look at the circumstances of what's happening. There are tunnels under hospitals, and what that means in terms of this conflict and how it is implemented. But ultimately, Christoph, to your point, to get to the day after, hostages need to be released. We must understand the importance of the principles that should be applied to the day after, including no reoccupation of Gaza, no change of its geographic territory, no return of terrorism by Hamas, and ultimately apply certain principles to how the day after will look, including the importance of security for Gaza and the region, both interim and permanent, what must be done in terms of governance for Gaza, and then rebuilding Gaza. We've been very clear that we believe that the PA should be the authority on that with reform, but that should take place. There cannot be, in my opinion, peace and security for that region, for the people of Israel, or the Palestinians and the people of Gaza, without a two-state solution. And we cannot give up on that. But how we get there is going to matter. And most recently, just this week actually, I was with the King of Jordan in my West Wing office in Washington. Previously, at the end of last year, I was with a number of Arab leaders in Dubai. And the work that will happen among nations to help with these ultimate goals will be critically important. Critically important.
Thank you very much. Last question. After Munich last year, you remember we discussed about the Global 1000, how important it is. You actually traveled to Ghana, and we just had the president here, to Tanzania and Zambia. What was your impression? There seems to be a growing transactional mindset. How do we react to this? How can the US and Europe win them over?
Well, I'm going to challenge the premise of your question. On behalf of the United States, I will tell you that I believe that we must think differently about the relationship between the United States and the continent of Africa. And I'm frankly very excited about what is happening on the continent, my trip being further reinforcement of that point. We look at the future of the continent and how it will affect the future of the world. It is indisputable. There will be a direct impact. The median age on the continent of Africa is 19. By 2050, it is estimated that 1 in 4 people occupying place on Mother Earth will be on the continent of Africa. So when we think of it in terms of the future, we must see the innovation that is currently happening there and partner with African leaders and nations and change the way we are thinking in a way that it is not about aid, but about partnership. Not what we do for the continent, but what we do with the continent and its leaders. When I was there, I was at Ghana, for example, meeting with a number of business leaders in the clean energy economy, Afrobeats and what culture of Africa is doing to impact the world in terms of how it thinks about the arts is profound. So the future has to be about partnership and investment. To your point about the transactional issue, certainly when I was there, the press asked me almost every day, are you here because of China? And my answer was no. We are here because of the people on the continent of Africa and what the partnership will mean. And let's not forget ever the interconnected history between the United States and Africa and what that means in terms of how we should think about the relationship and how we should think about our commitment to the African nations.
Thank you very much for this. We have to move on to our next session, but we have a change in program, and I would like you to stay seated for our next speaker, who will be a bit of a surprise. So thank you very much, Vice President. Please stay seated, and I would like for you to pay attention to Yulia Navalny.
Thank you so much.
Добрый день. Спасибо большое.
Hello, thank you
Спасибо
very much
конференции, что
for
дали мне
having me here. Thank you for giving
главную
me
сцену.
the opportunity to speak.
Наверное, вы все
in
уже видели
this
приходящие сегодня
room.
ужасные новости.
And you all heard
Я долго
about
думала,
the horrific news.
Стоит
I
ли
thought
мне
about
выйти
it
сюда или сразу
quite a
лететь
while. I thought, should
моим
I
детям?
stand here before you
Но
or
потом
should
я
I go
подумала,
back to my
что бы
children?
сделал Алексей на моем
And then
месте.
I thought, what
И я
would
уверена,
have
что он
Alexei
бы
done in my place?
был
And
здесь.
I'm sure
Он
that
был бы на
he
этой
would have
сцене.
been standing here on this
Я не
stage.
знаю, верите или нет
I
тем
don't
новостям,
know,
ужасным
should we
новостям,
believe the terrible
которые
news we get,
мы получаем
the news
только из государственных
we
источников
get
в России.
only from the
Потому что
official
долгие годы,
media.
и вы все это знаете, все это
For
знаете,
many years,
мы
and you
не
know all
можем
this,
верить Путину
we have been in this
и путинскому
situation.
правительству.
We
Они всегда
cannot
лгут.
believe Putin and his government. They are lying constantly.
Но если это правда,
But if it is
я хочу,
the
чтобы
truth,
Путин,
I would like
все его окружение,
Putin and all his
путинские
staff,
друзья,
everybody
его правительство
around him,
знали,
his government,
что
his
они
friends.
понесут
I want
за
them
то, что
know
они сделали
that
с нашей
they
страной,
will be punished for
с моей
what
семьей
they have done with our
и с моим
country,
мужем
with
ответственность.
my family,
И этот
and
день наступит
with my
очень
husband.
скоро.
They will be brought
И
to
я хочу
justice,
призвать
and
все мировое
this
сообщество,
day will come soon.
всех
And I would
находящихся в
like
этом
to
зале,
call upon all the
людей
international
во всем мире,
community,
чтобы
all
мы
the
вместе
people in the
сплотились
world.
и
We
победили
should come
это зло,
together,
победили
and we should fight against
ужасающий режим,
this evil.
который сейчас
We should fight this
в России.
horrific regime in
И
Russia
этот режим
today.
и Владимир
This
Путин
regime
должны понести
and
персональную
Vladimir
ответственность
Putin
за
should
все
be
те
personally
ужасные
held
вещи, которые они
responsible
делают
for
с моей
all the
страной,
atrocities
с нашей
they
страной
have
Россией в последние
committed
годы.
in
Спасибо
our
большое.
country the last years. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue shortly at 3:30 p.m.
Stöppeln wir das ab?
Ja, da ist schon der Stöpsler.
Wohin? Ist ganz unten? Nee, dann so lassen. Wir heben es einfach runter.
Nee, das bleibt da oben, das Pult.
Nein, der hat gerade irgendwas gelauert. Runter, oder was? Kommt das ist ganz unten.
Nee, du musst den Scheiß anschalten.
Achso, das Ding runter.
Ich lasse mir das jetzt fallen.
Und das stellen wir dann rechts ins Eck, wo die Amis waren gerade, oder wie?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Open Society Foundation, Mark Malloch Brown.
Tomorrow it comes, the day after it comes back.
Unless we replace them with another Palestinian regime.
But that's part of the answer, yeah. I agree. Yes. I agree. 100% I agree. Yep.
All right, please.
Thank you. This is an answer that Netanyahu doesn't like, but I think that this is the right answer.
So good afternoon, and thank you all for coming back in. This is a difficult session, let's make no mistakes about it. I expect we're only in February, but already I think we know what is the phrase of the year, double standards. And the application of international humanitarian law is at the core of that despair that I think many of us feel about double standards, the application of different standards in different situations. And I want to begin by us all reminding ourselves that this isn't just Ukraine and Russia, it isn't just the Middle East, but that we're all largely oblivious to the crises in Sudan, in Tigray, and elsewhere, where actually even more lives have been lost. Where I think beyond these terrible acts of where we see a loss of life on a vast scale, we also are reminded today by the tragedy of one brave man who has stood up for human rights and democracy in Russia. This is not the first time that the beginning of a Munich Security Conference has been surprised by a sort of bouquet from President Putin. 2 years ago, it was the eve of the intervention in Ukraine. Today, tragically, it's the news of the death of Navalny. And so these issues of impunity and double standards, I think, are at the heart of how we build back the legitimacy of an international order, which is seen as fair and just and even-handed. And I can't imagine a better panel to help us on that. Mirjana, immediately to my right, is now the president of the ICRC, which is right there trying to preserve its neutrality and weave its way through these extraordinarily complex and political disputes. Beside her is Prime Minister De Croo of Belgium, who, as we'll hear later, was in Rafah a few months ago. Tzipi Livni, an old friend who was foreign minister of Israel at the time of 2006 and the Lebanon intervention, and I was at the time the UN Deputy Secretary General. Since she's been leader of the opposition, and I think you'll find has fascinating views on all of this, a common Israeli position, but also a shared sense of humanity, and I suspect, if she's willing to say it in Munich, a frustration with the current Prime Minister and his approach, but we'll leave it to say so. And Udo, who is an old OSF colleague of mine, but is now running the Center for Civilians in Conflict. And Udo, I'm going to start with you, because you just yesterday published in Al Jazeera an article which, close to my own heart, said these double standards are everywhere. It doesn't just to stop with the Middle East or Ukraine. And just give us a sense of the context of that, what you meant by that in terms of how the world is today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. And I must thank the Munich Security Conference for giving this conversation this kind of platform. I think it's a powerful message about where we are in the world today and how it is important for us to talk about the protection of international humanitarian law. And I approach this conversation as a father, not just because of my role. I have a 6-year-old daughter, and I've been haunted for days by the video recording of Hind Rajab asking for somebody to come get her because she was cold, because it was dark, because she was inside the vehicle, and somehow she died. What does international humanitarian law mean to her? What does it mean to baby Bibas and Ariel, the 4-year-old boy in Israel who was taken by Hamas? What does international humanitarian law mean to these little kids? My colleague Dina is from Sudan. Her uncle, Mohammed El Raya and Ahmed, were packing up their car to run away when the war started in Sudan. A bomb landed in their courtyard, killed both of them, and killed their auntie. What does international humanitarian law mean for these people? What does it mean for my colleagues in Ukraine? Alex, Segi, every day they wonder if they're going to make it home. And international humanitarian law is only as good as its implementation. It's a wonderful set of rules, but the implementation gives meaning to it. And I start this conversation this way because I don't want us to feel like we're going into a legal argument or we're going into an academic exercise. We're talking about, and so to that, I have 4 points to make on this conversation. One, the moment, or rather the behavior of political expediency trumping the principles and the sacred nature of international humanitarian law undermines that system completely. If we are going to have a system that works, we need to apply these rules for everybody. Same standard for everybody. The color of skin, nationality, or affiliation should never be a determinant of how the world responds when these rules are breached. The man holding the gun or the woman holding the gun, the color of their skin should not excuse their action. It has to be the same rule for everybody. It has to be the same enforcement for everybody. If we elevate these principles of both politics, perhaps it will have meaning. But if we keep this behavior of a la carte application, what works for me when it works for me, then we are creating a system that can endanger all of us. The second point is that claim to global leadership should be dependent on modeling good behavior and protecting the system of international law. Countries across the world, everybody wants to be seen as the good guy. Every country wants to be the powerful country. Let that power draw from your modeling of good behavior, ensuring that you are protecting the system. And to this point, I speak directly to the members of the Security Council. As much as every country has a role in protecting international humanitarian law, members of the Security Council have even a higher role of protecting that system. They have not played that role in good faith. Be it in the aggression in Ukraine, be it the equivocation in Gaza, be it the lackluster approach in Sudan, or the amnesia in Somalia. They have not shown themselves to be good faith protectors of the system. And if they don't protect the system hollows out. So to whom more is given, more is expected. Finally, the notion that international humanitarian law is a Western construct doesn't hold. It is a set of principles for which all countries signed up to. Is also one thing we can all agree on, protecting the dignity of the human person, protecting civilians in conflict situation. And so, Africa, Middle East, and I speak of Africa, they need to shape up and do a bit more in ensuring that these principles are protected, that civilians are protected. There is no knight in Cape that is going to come to solve this problem for us in Africa. We need to do it ourselves. And this means we need to support the system of accountability, the International Criminal Court. This also means that the world together need to rethink the historical injustice and colonialism that has influenced this structure of international criminal justice, and make sure that it's inclusive, that there's a balance, and that every part of the world is represented and respected in that system. So it becomes a credible platform that is not just credible, but also acceptable and effective. I'll stop here for now.
Thanks, Udo, very much. And you framed it, just as I hoped you would, as a wide issue. But let's hone in for a moment on the Middle East. And Prime Minister, you were in Rafah a few months ago. You called for respect for the ICJ judgment. You know, we are at a time when nearly 30,000 lives have been lost in Gaza, even though it follows on the heels of an absolutely appalling and grim Hamas attack on Israel on October the 7th. When is enough enough, and how do we stop this sort of apparently indiscriminate killing of civilians? And I think it is worth saying, just to build on Udo's point, you know, the last 2 years have been the most violent in terms of civilian deaths since the Rwanda genocide. I mean, we're living at a moment when the sort of rules of law as regards civilians seem to be breaking down everywhere, not just the Middle East, but much more widely. Prime Minister.
Indeed, as you say, not just in the Middle East. I think what differentiates us as liberal democracies from tyrannies and dictatorships is that we do respect a set of fundamental rules. We do respect democracy, we do respect the rule of law, and we do respect international humanitarian law. And I think if we start not doing it, then we lose our moral voice. And what I said in Rafah was that Israel has a right to defend its population against a terrorist threat, and has a right to have security guarantees. But we're now 30,000 civilians deaths down the road, unfortunately, and it needs to stop. And I was in Rafah 3 months ago. At that point, I said, can we liberate the hostages and have a ceasefire? I think today, the only thing you can say is have a ceasefire right now and liberate the hostages and get around the table and work on a two-state solution. And a two-state solution is the only answer to the legitimate requests on both sides, which is the inhabitants of Palestine, a perspective on freedom and a perspective in life, but also the pertinent request from the Israeli population to have enough security guarantees in their lives. I mean, both requests are legitimate requests. That can only stop if the feeding ground for terrorism is stopped, and there's multi-dimensions to that. But there's not only a military solution to that, a civilian solution to that is necessary as well, which means a leadership in Palestine that is a real partner in building peace. And I think that today, as an outsider, this notion that there would be double standards is a very dangerous one. And we've always been very clear. Human rights, there's no cultural relativity to human rights. And at decisive moments, I think what you can expect from liberal democracies is that they take the necessary step to give the good example. If at a moment as this we cannot give the good example, then why would we think that we still have a voice to listen to?
Yeah, thank you. Zippy, you know, I think we all want to see a diplomatic engagement. We want to see progress towards a two-state solution. Many of us regret that it sort of wasn't more actively pursued during, you know, the last couple of decades, frankly. But at the same time, I mean, you've come here, from Israel. I mean, your community, your population, your citizens, you know, are, I think, deeply traumatized by this. And on the other side, Palestinians are also traumatized by what's happened to them. And so, you know, I know you will want to speak to the Hamas issue, but it'd be great if you could also share with us how on earth we build back a dialogue, not between international diplomats, you know, who obviously we all want to see an engagement, but amongst these two nations or communities. I mean, how on earth do we get it back to a place where there are peacemakers on both sides?
As you said, I am frustrated I'm frustrated because the situation, the realities, were that Hamas terrorists infiltrated, entered into people's home, massacred, killed, raped, cut organs, made crimes against humanity, kidnapped, and we still have hostages in captivity, while on the other side, and you have a democracy that is acting in accordance to the international law. The situation is very complicated. On one hand, you have a terrorist organization that part of its charter is genocide against Jews and Israelis, but Israel is the one that is being blamed for genocide in the ICJ. And there is one thing, and I didn't come here, to show frustration or to ask the international community not to, or to turn a blind eye to what we are doing in Gaza, because I believe that Israel, as a democracy, should act in accordance, and this is what we are doing, and I can tell you this as a minister who was also in the security cabinet during the last 2 rounds of military operation in Gaza. But since we've been asked also how to imply the international humanitarian law on non-governmental groups and how to have more respect to the ICC, at first there is one answer that connects the two. Prosecute these terrorists in the ICC. They made crimes against humanity. They filmed it. You can see it. You don't need to enter into the tunnels that they built in Gaza. They are sitting in Qatar or elsewhere. They are saying that if we stop, they will continue in doing the next massacre. So let punish them for what they are doing. And if you want to have more respect or trust in the ICC, right now or yesterday, the families of the hostages went to Hague, asking the prosecutor to make the decision. And I think that this is something that needs to be done, because otherwise these terrorist organizations are exploiting the humanitarian law for their use. Because when we call the civil population in Gaza to leave their homes before we target, Hamas tells them to stay because they are his human shields. And there is one thing that, since for better life for Israelis and Palestinians, there is no hope for peace with Hamas. Hamas doesn't represent any legitimate call for a Palestinian state. They are against the mere existence of the state of Israel. They represent this jihadist religious ideology. And I would not agree with this sentence saying that one side freedom fighter is the other side terrorist. I mean, Israel left Gaza Strip. We dismantled all the settlements. On October 6th, there was no one settler, one Israeli soldier in Gaza Strip. We withdrew to the 67 line. And Hamas took over. And the entire international community, the United Nations and Europe and the United States and Russia at the time, said that Gaza can be free if they would just renounce violence and terrorism and accept the right of Israel to exist and accept former peace treaties. So listening here about collective punishment, no, it's not. We are trying to act against terror because there is no hope for peace to the Palestinians as well, as Hamas continues to be an armed militia and a regime. Another thing, don't make this equivalence between a democratic country and terrorist organization, as there is no legal system in the world that put as the same moral standards or even punishment between somebody who killed somebody by mistake or somebody who murdered somebody, not to say torture him before. When you make this equivalence, Hamas is abusing it. They say, okay, we will use these civilians as human shield because at the end of the day, and this is what is happening, the world will criticize Israel, not us. I mean, you can see the end of this if Hamas releases the prisoners, the hostages. if he stops using all the money that he gets from the international community for their infrastructure of terror instead of giving it to the people. And therefore, for those of us here that truly care about security, about the life of civilians of both sides, for those of us here who would like to see prospects for peace in the Middle East, Hamas is not the answer, it's part of the problem. And by accepting, by putting, yes, I heard today the Secretary General saying, yes, it was horrible what's happened, or you cannot excuse or give an excuse to what happened in this terror attack, but the collective punishment. I mean, it's not collective punishment what we are doing. And therefore, last thing, to speak about legitimacy of this terrorist organization. I hear these voices of they were elected, or the other stuff, that this is also heard from Griffith, I think, that, well, they have a terror arm and political arm. It's the same body, it's the same vicious mind. You cannot legitimize this kind of horrors by saying that they have a political branch. These political leaders are now discussing how to get more terrorists from Israeli jail by releasing the hostages that they kidnapped, or their other arm kidnapped from their arms. And I asked the international community and the United States before the elections in the Palestinian Authority to prevent Hamas from participating in the elections. I mean, before this kind of jihadist group abuse democracy for their own need by threatening their own people, they need to choose between bullets and ballots.
But if I may, just
this can be the beginning of a change after all these horrors, maybe, if we take the right moral stance, according to the international law, but apply them also on these terrorists.
Just a quick one, because then I do want to turn to Mirjana. But I think nobody in this room, I suspect, is guilty of actually thinking there is an equivalency between Hamas and Israel. Israel is a democratic state. You heard the Prime Minister talk about democracies having to live by certain standards. And so I think Israel is making a mistake, or you're making a mistake, to think that our concern about the loss of Palestinian lives is around an equivalency with Hamas. It is around this international humanitarian law point of innocent civilians in very large numbers losing their lives in the prosecution of this military campaign. And I think, all I would just ask you is just a very simple question. Is there any way this can be brought to a close before an intervention in Rafah, which is likely to cost a lot more civilian lives? Is there any way we can move it onto a political track? Because I doubt there is anybody at Munich, or almost anybody, who wouldn't say that the elimination of, or the removal of Hamas from the political picture in Gaza, that is a very reasonable aim. But we're talking about something different here, which is, how do we protect the civilians? And is there a way of stopping this sooner rather than later?
I think that while we are sitting in, what the Israeli army is doing is trying to find a way to continue with the need to attack Hamas and to act against their terror infrastructure while avoiding, as far as we can, civil casualties. So, I'm not now familiar with the exact plans, but I think that, I know that this is what they are doing. Yeah. But for those of us also looking for a ceasefire, just a ceasefire, I'm not speaking about the release of hostages and so on. If Hamas remains in power with this terror infrastructure, Israelis and Palestinians will suffer again and again, because they will continue enacting in terror, and we, without any other alternative, will continue in answering and trying to defend our citizens. And therefore, there is real opportunity here. And I heard also what Vice-President Kamala Harris said today about maybe a new regional structure that includes other countries, maybe the Saudis, and hopefully change Hamas regime with another Palestinian regime. We don't want to control them. Yeah. We don't want to reoccupy Gaza. But I hope that somebody in Washington and elsewhere in the region is working about it these days.
Well, thank you.
Can I just really, sure. 30 seconds. When you say that money of the international community is being used by Hamas to build their infrastructure, let me just disagree with that. I disagree with that. We finance UNRWA, and we will continue financing UNRWA, because it's a population that is one of the most poor populations in the world.
I would like to suggest...
And I've heard that criticism time and time over again, and I reject it. We do everything, everything to control that, and this is just about human decency. Our development building in Gaza has been bombed. It's been bombed. We still wonder why it has been bombed. We are only there to help civilians. We're just trying to give kids a decent life. And what we see is that every day 100 kids are dying. 100 every day. Please don't blame us for helping human lives.
Yeah.
I did not blame you for helping human lives. I'm not blaming, but I'm suggesting to be more cautious and to follow your money.
We do. We do.
That's fine.
But
if this is being done, that's fine.
Hold it, because I think
But if not, so everybody's suffering, the Palestinians.
This is a very good moment to bring Mirjana in, because you know, I know that actually at an earlier point in your life, and I'm asking you about the ICRC, but you were yourself, you spent a couple of years with UNRWA. And so you had a whole career around this issue of how do you protect the neutrality of humanitarian operations in the midst of exactly these kinds of political disputes where the non-political nature of humanitarianism is challenged. And, you know, I've just watched so many times those Red Cross vehicles going places we UNers weren't allowed to go because you did have the trust of both sides. It must be getting harder and harder.
Thank you, Mark. This is not an easy time for the International Committee of the Red Cross. It is also not an easy time for me as the president of the institution, which is 160 years old and which will hopefully continue for 160 years. But forever, we have been criticized for our neutrality, for our confidentiality, and for not taking sides. Now, it is very natural for parties to a conflict to take sides and to want to protect their citizens and to do their utmost to protect their citizens. And because that is the case, states came together and created the ICRC because they knew that they have to have this neutral intermediary. But what states also did, based on the experience of the Second World War, is created 4 Geneva Conventions. And this is where our mandate is anchored. And I think Udo said it in the beginning, the Geneva Conventions have been ratified by all states. It's a joint responsibility. And armed groups, and we have a dialogue on IHL with 250 armed groups around the globe. We don't qualify them. We engage with everybody who bears weapons and has power and has the power to influence those who bear weapons to comply with international humanitarian law, because everybody is bound by them, and because everybody who has influence on a party to a conflict is bound to make their utmost to ensure that IHL is implemented. Now, the Geneva Conventions constitute the strongest international consensus. The underpinning principles, and the key principle is preserving humanity at all times to keep that pathway back to peace. To preserve that principle, you have to, reduce harm for civilians and reduce harm for non-combatants. Now, you can do two things. You can follow the letter of the law. First of all, you can, as a leader or as a party to a conflict, you can decide to completely ignore them. You can say, we don't consider ourselves bound by it. We're just not going to follow the rules because war is not a lawless space. Or you can hollow it out by working around it for as long as you can, saying, I'm complying, I'm doing my utmost, but still we see enormous amounts of casualties. So, but you would still be following the letter of the law, and we will not be able to contest any of that. Or as a political leader, you can say, we follow not only the letter of the law, but also the spirit of the law. And the spirit of the Geneva Conventions is not only to preserve humanity, but it is to limit, as far as possible, harm on civilians and non-combatants, prisoners of war, hostages. I mean, it's all, taking hostages are violations of international humanitarian law. Mistreating prisoners of war or detainees are violations of the Geneva Conventions. But again, you can be compliant, or you can follow the spirit of the law, which is preserving humanity, and you can go even further in acknowledging that preserving humanity means recognizing that you can't put civilian lives on a human scale, that there is the fundamental principle of equality that applies, and I think you have been speaking about this as well, which says, any civilian life on any side of the conflict deserves the same treatment and protection provided and ensured, implemented by states parties to a conflict and by enabling humanitarian actors like the ICRC to operate. Why did we create the Geneva Conventions? It's because we had this experience of dehumanizing the other and of accepting the fact that victory at all cost is legitimate, but we all know that it means accepting that you accept the extinction of the other at the end of the road, if that is necessary for a victory at all cost. And this is what we stand against. This is what the Geneva Conventions stand against, to prevent that from happening again. In all places of conflict, I'm not speaking about Gaza, because we work in 100 situations of conflict, and war is ugly everywhere. And there are civilian casualties everywhere, and everywhere they have to be to you and how far you're willing to go to implement and ensure implementation and use your influence to ensure implementation of IHL. And where that threshold is of human suffering that you as a human being, not only as a political leader, are willing to accept. And then you have to negotiate, and then you have to find solutions that are workable and actionable, not only to ensure peace and security, because that's the only way to mitigate humanitarian fallouts, but also to ensure that you're not offloading the responsibility for not implementing IHL onto the humanitarian organizations. Because we can only do so much as the size of the space that the parties to a conflict and those who can influence them allow us to occupy.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, if we may stop there, because I think it's time to bring in an audience which I'm sure sees the sort of passions and issues which are getting raised here, and who would, questions? Sir.
I'm from Bangladesh.
Wait. Hold on, we're just bringing you a microphone.
Especially counterinsurgency and counterterrorism. And I fully support 90% of what the ex-foreign minister of Israel has said. I've forgotten your name, sorry. Or I might pronounce it differently, that's why. In fact, Hamas, what is Hamas or who is Hamas? It's not an individual. It is two aspects. One is Hamas himself, and if you can kill Hamas, I would be most happy because he is a terrorist. But it is also an ideology that is anti-Israel. So we have fought we are predominantly Islamic state, but we are 100% secular. We never tolerate Islamic terrorism. We have fought with Al-Qaeda, we have fought with many others, and still fighting with Ansar al-Islam, Hizb ut-Tahrir and others. We never give them any space. And I know how you feel about losing the dear ones, like you have lost many in Hamas attack. And I think you have already retaliated and taken lives of about almost 30 times more than what you have lost. So I think only thing you can kill Hamas is by sympathizing the general public of Israel by making Hamas isolated, like take the fish out of the water. He is getting, otherwise you are creating more Hamas. The kid who is running now, who has already lost 3 of his brothers, mother, father, he will be becoming double than Hamas. More vengeance towards, he will come back, maybe after 10 years. So this is not the solution. Otherwise what you said, I congratulate you that you are not for space. You don't want Gaza. And there was a theme, I think, the peace for pace. But the main Hamas, you made Hamas stronger by resettling settlers and other things. So these, if you give them the assurance and give them now, let them access to the humanitarian assistance, which you, ironically, you don't allow much or disturb. I think that will be enough to cause the death of Hamas or the ideology of Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have a few more questions before we come back. Other questions? Everyone daunted by this issue? Any more before we go back to the speakers? Sir.
If the Geneva Convention is not being respected, what are the options? So should we be looking at amendments to the Geneva Convention? Because I understand there is no room for punishment. So if a country doesn't follow after having signed or be a signatory to the Geneva Convention, how do you rectify that? And are there instances of action being taken on countries who haven't delivered and lived up to their obligations?
Thank you. Very good questions. Back there. Well, one immediately behind, and then over there. We'll come to you next, ma'am.
Thank you. Gustavo from Colombia. I have a general question, sort of as a matter of reflection. Whenever I hear these conflicting perspectives between the developed world and the developing world, that could also apply to my country. The biggest doubt that comes to my mind in terms of counterterrorism is if this situation, sort of what's going in Colombia, what's happening in Israel, regardless of my personal position, would Europe's position be the same if it were happening inside its country? I feel like many times it's easy to predicate a standard that in practice is very hard to apply. And this relates to, again, what's happening in Israel and Colombia. But I would ask you to just to try to think if what's going in Israel or what's going in Colombia right now were happening in Belgium, in France, in Spain, do you actually think that in practice you'd be able to stick to those principles that are so actively defended abroad internationally as are part of the agenda today?
Mm-hmm. Very good questions, all. There, yeah.
Thank you. Sana Mandolini from the International Civil Society Action Network and the Robert Bosch Foundation. I'm slightly worried that history is starting on October 7th. History didn't start on October 7th. There has been systematic violations and violence against Palestinians for many years. So the efforts of the last 30 years of trying to get us to a two-state solution are really what led us here, because we didn't look at the populations, whether it's Palestinian or Israeli. We didn't really look at how the people should live together. I'm just curious, at some point this violence is going to have to stop. People are going to have to live together. And if we go back down the path of bringing small groups of politicians together with the American interlocutors or whoever they are, it's not going to end. What we need is a people's peace process and two parallel processes in Palestine and in Israel to come to terms with what's happened, to mourn, to have the psychological, emotional, and the vision of the future that they want. And I'm just wondering, what's the appetite for that? And is there a willingness to work with peace-building organizations and those of us who are thinking about these things holistically? Because the last 30 years gave us where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you. One last one, Nicola Reindorp in there.
That working, yeah. Nicola Reindorp, Crisis Action. I started my work in the wake of the Rwandan genocide and have spent 25 years campaigning for the prevention of atrocities. And every minister, every government minister I've ever met believes fundamentally that every life is equal. Every diplomat I've ever met has always said we uphold the Geneva Conventions, the importance of those rules. We know in our hearts, as Udo said, our children, we want for our own children what we want for others' children. And yet that challenge, or we doubt if it was on our doorstep, would the same decisions be made? Do we uphold these rules? So I guess the question, particularly to the politicians on the panel, what is it that we can do to make it politically easier? We know for our peace deals that it requires forgiveness, acceptance of the other's point of view. We know that's how peacemaking happens. So what do we do to make it easier for the politicians to show the political courage to recognize not, as Prince Zaid, who's also here, that we tribalize our pain and focus on our own hurt, but actually to recognize these rules that are the mark of our equality, that are at the heart of our security, not the optional extra for us to regard when it suits us.
Okay, well, look, I think we've got various questions there, some of which drive at this point that a conflict of this kind is driving people apart. So even if diplomats try to come together, people are being driven apart. And how do we rebuild trust and peace from the bottom up? The second is around the issue of the standards, politicians having the bravery to find ways to end this, to respect the equality of human life. And within that, the first question from the Bangladesh National Security Advisor around the whole issue that you can kill the men, but you may, in so doing, feed the ideology and give it and actually multiply it. And of course, double standards are not necessarily just around these conflicts. As we heard, what would we do if we had something like this in Europe? I could provocatively say we do in Ukraine and we condemn it, but that's not what you meant, and I understand that if this was in the heart of Europe. So a rich set of questions, and of course, let's start though with the Geneva one, and we do need to all be very quick. We've got a minute each. What do you do about the enforcement of the conventions?
Look, as the ICRC, we don't enforce. We don't have the power to enforce. The obligation to abide by the Geneva Conventions lies with the states and the parties to conflict. Now, it starts in peacetime. You start by integrating these rules into your national legislation, training your armed forces, training everyone who is in the security system to know the rules, because that's already the first step. And then you influence your friends to also comply with international humanitarian law. What we want is to preserve the path back to peace. What we do not want is to accept a principle where war is fought against all rules and when no rules apply, because that would only lead to the next war to become more violent, bigger, and with bigger ripple effects. And what we observe today is that the ripple effects spread faster and have a far greater impact due to the globalization and due to our interconnectivity. So the compliance has to become a political priority for each and every leader, and how you then do it is something we can support you in by giving you our expertise. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Yeah, so first on the Colombian question, if I can ask it that way. Look, we Belgium, we are a moderately small country in the middle of big countries. We've been invaded, our whole history, we've been invaded by all our neighbors. If there is one country that knows what the value is of international humanitarian law, I think we are one of them. And that's because of our history. Now, fortunately, we've lived 3 generations in Europe without war. The whole endeavor is how do we live a 4th and a 5th generation without war? And we will need a lot of unity between European countries and also within NATO to preserve that. Now, what would you do if something would happen? It's hard for me to imagine what happened in Israel because of the scale, because of the atrocity. So it's hard to put myself in that situation. Unfortunately, we've had terrorist attacks on a smaller scale, but we've had them, and we did apply the rule of law. And at some point, we had to organize the court system for that, and the defense said that the persons that were being judged were not being treated in the right way, and we did adapt. And a large part of the public said, why are you doing that? Why are you spending all that money? They killed people, and they did. I mean, the judge decided on that. But we did everything to respect the rule of law. And that brings me to the second question on what can you do to make it easier on us. That's what you said. Look, there's books, I would say libraries written on capacity building and education and a lot of lingo, if I can call it that way. In the end, it comes back to political will. And in the end, it's about personal leadership. Is this about politics or is it about humanity? And to me, politics and humanity is not opposed one against the other. And I think, as I said, that's what differentiates us. Liberal democracies who do respect the rule of law with autocracies. And you have to prove that every day. And I think this is one of the ways of proving it.
Zippy, we're into overtime, so as briefly as you can be, and then Udo.
Firstly, I agree that it's a matter of leadership, because those speaking about this ideology, and Hamas is not just an organization, but also an idea. Nazism was an idea. So the question is, what is the way you really educate your children, and what is the message that leadership is giving its people? But I want to say something also about Gaza. I mean, we left Gaza. I supported a disengagement plan. I evacuated Israelis who were born there. We decided to give them hope for peace. But Hamas doesn't represent, we have a national conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. Hamas doesn't represent this kind of solvable conflict. It represents just hatred. And therefore, I hope to see, since we tried everything, we left Gaza, we had some military operation that ended with hoped deterrence, but it didn't work, agreements with, it didn't work. So the only way to give hope for the future is not only to eradicate Hamas as a terrorist organization, but to replace them as a regime, as a government, with another Palestinian regime, because we don't want it to be there, and Palestinians deserve a Palestinian regime that does not support terror, that does not educate for hatred, and realities are bad enough, so it's not just about education, but it's part of it. And saying something about convention, this is what I tried to say at the beginning. I mean, we are democracies, and we want to be part of the free world because we share the same set of values. Therefore, we also agreed and joined the conventions, and now we are dealing how to force countries to do this and that, while these terrorists, for them, it doesn't exist, this international law, And therefore, it's so complicated, as a minister who sat in the cabinet. And I can assure you that on each and every target, we got an approval from the Attorney General. And it is a very complicated situation. So I'm not saying, okay, so let's change the law, or we can do whatever. Not at all. But I wish you can understand better the complexity of the situation. And just one last, before I left the parliament, I was the chairman of legal affairs and the connection also between the army and the law. And I asked, because there are those also in Israel saying that the international humanitarian law makes it more difficult to fight terror. And as you know, there were those that wanted to change the judicial institutions in Israel. And the answer that I got from the army commander when I asked him whether he feels that the international law makes it more difficult for him, the answer was, but without it, it is our own values. And I wish you would believe that this is the way the Israeli army is acting when there's a need to eradicate terror.
Thank you, Zippy. Literally, Udo, and I'm really sorry, but a sentence.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I think my final word is that protecting this system is an enlightened self-interest, because nobody is immune from the danger of a global anarchy. And that is where we go to if we continue this way. And at the end of the day, who suffers for it? Most of the conflict, 90% of casualties are civilians. And that should worry all of us, because we could be one of those someday.
Look, I think, thank you, and I think what we can all conclude from this is that peace and security in the Middle East, but many other places too, is going to be a long and arduous path. But by not applying international humanitarian law, it's harder and more arduous. It is critical, I think. And so look, this has been a very rich and respectful discussion about very difficult issues that are. The organizers want me to remind you of several other sessions on the Middle East, which will come later. But for now, thank you to every panelist who's joined us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
If you have some time, we can...
The microphone is still on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue shortly at 4:30 p.m. with the panel discussion From Pocket to Planet, Scaling Up Climate Finance.
Ausschalten, bitte.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Special Advisor to the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions, Boholo Genewendo.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this session this afternoon, titled From Pocket to Planet, Scaling Up Climate Finance. And I am joined by a very esteemed panelist panel, full of very esteemed panelists, and I would like to welcome them to the stage, starting with Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Followed by Her Excellency Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. His Excellency Musa Zamir, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Maldives. And lastly, Secretary John Kerry, Special Envoy for Climate, the Department of State. I mean, we'll continue to say so, United States of America, and member of the Advisory Council of the Munich Security Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause. And once again, my name is Boholo Joy Kinwendo, and I am the Special Advisor to the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions, and I'm also the former Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry in Botswana. And today I have the utmost pleasure to get started with what I like to call the economics of diplomacy, of climate diplomacy. And some last year, as we were heading to Paris, were saying that, you know, we have turned the climate change conversations into finance. And we have moved them away from environmental conversations, and we have really centered capitalism. And I want to ask today our panelists, you know, why is it that we have really focused a lot about the pocket, and what is it about the pocket and development? And I want to start off by really centering this issue around some of our most vulnerable states, giving an example of Tuvalu that is threatened by rising sea levels. And we know that there has been an unprecedented example of an agreement that we've seen with the government of Australia that provides refuge for climate-displaced Tuvaluans that was reached. And this, I believe, it really foreshadows what we know as geopolitical and economic shifts. And it really sets pace for what we are to see as what is the future for the world. So to really get us started, Madam Prime Minister, we know that the Republic of Bangladesh has been really susceptible to climate shocks, despite only producing 0.56% of global emissions. And you have been susceptible to cyclones and terrible floods, and we have seen the devastating economic setbacks in Bangladesh. Let's get started with those big COP28 outcomes, loss and damage. You know, how should the loss and damage fund, as approved, and we've seen the contributions by the UAE, how should it be implemented and operationalized to meet its ambitions, and how should that finance goal be met and adopted to benefit countries like Bangladesh? I started with the big question.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I want to tell you some story of a country Well, I thank you for raising these critical issues for climate vulnerable countries like Bangladesh and also Maldives and other countries, a small island country, many other countries. Well, our countries have made considerable progress in human development, but it remains a challenge for us to make our hard-earned gains climate resilient. As President Macron of France said, developing countries must not be in a position to make a choice between poverty alleviation and climate action. For most low and middle income countries, the overriding priority is to invest in climate adaptation to save lives and livelihoods. On the other hand, if we want to reduce greenhouse gas emission, we need ambitious climate mitigation commitments by large emitting countries. We all recognize the need for substantially scaling up the current level of international climate financing for investments in mitigation and adaptation. Regrettably, the climate financing committed and available so far remains severely insufficient. In this, further complicated by the absence of an internationally agreed definition of climate financing and its accounting methods. I had my first realization about the resource constraint for climate action at COP15 in Copenhagen 2009. I was in the core committee. I was part of a closed-door meeting of leaders to find a last-minute solution. While looking around the table, it struck me that international climate finance would be quite difficult to come by. After going back home, I took the initiative to set up the Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund to undertake homegrown adaptation projects. Bangladesh is now considered a living laboratory of locally led climate adaptation. So far, we have implemented nearly 800 projects at a cost of US $480 million, and all from our own resources. This is, however, still inadequate compared to the US $7 to $8 billion that we require every year to implement our national adaptation plan. To put things in perspective, the current financing need for mitigation as per all the nationally determined contributions, NDC, is estimated at nearly US $6 trillion up to 2030. For adaptation, it is US $215 to $387 billion per annum until 2030. It is obvious that the widening financing gap is further aggravating the global climate crisis. But we cannot simply afford to allow the global temperature to rise above 1.5 Celsius as agreed at COP28 in Dubai. We cannot go back on our commitment to move towards the net zero future at differentiated timeline for developed and developing countries. We must find solution to unlocking climate financing to keep us on track by delivering on the following 6 suggestions. First, developed countries must live up to their commitment of US $100 billion per annum in the 2 years up to 2025, based on a delivery plan. And by the end of this year, we must all agree on a new climate financing target post 2025, preferably above US $100 billion on the basis of scientific evidence. Second, the world needs to get rid of wars and conflicts, illegal occupations, and mindless killings of unarmed civilians, especially women and children, as we watch in Gaza and elsewhere. The impacts of sanctions and counter-sanctions are felt far away from the scene of the conflicts. Senseless arms race must be stopped and resources need to be diverted instead of mobilizing the much needed fund for fighting climate change. Let's keep in mind, when the existence of humanity is at stake, pursuing narrow interests would come to nothing. Third, the acute imbalance in financing for mitigation and adaptation needs to be addressed by the least doubling the current level of adaptation financing. In this context, I again thank President Macron for committing to provide euros 1 billion to Bangladesh for supporting adaptation. Fourth, the long pending issue of streamlining access to existing international climate funds by developing countries must be resolved, including by investing in their capacity. In case of Bangladesh, we only have 2 eligible entities to get financing from the Green Climate Fund, with 2 more in the process. Okay. Fifth, the reforms of the global financing architecture must show meaningful results, especially in managing the debt burden of climate vulnerable countries by expanding their access to grant and occasional loans. And finally, government needs to invest in the right plans, policies, and instruments to mobilize private capital flows for climate action. In parallel, international financing institutions need to develop innovative blended financing mechanism to attend private capital for bankable projects. It is evident that the large climate financing gap cannot be addressed without effective private sector participation. Well, the loss and damage, the decision have taken, but it is my experience that time and again we are taking many decisions. Right. But the main thing is how much it is implementing, or the developed country, how much they are contributing or coming forward. I want to see that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. I was going to say I was there in Copenhagen, and I remember very much those decisions, and we were quite hopeful. But you mentioned something quite important about spending your own money to deal with the repercussions of climate shocks. And as a member of the V20, I know that the V20 does a lot of advocacy work on behalf of all of their V20 members, and Barbados will be taking over the presidency of the V20. Prime Minister Mia Mottley has been a very staunch advocate of the global financial architecture reform, and she co-hosted the Paris Summit, in short. And has been leading this Bridgetown agenda that brings together this nexus of debt sustainability, of climate action and development. Can you tell us a little bit more about this and the evolution of the Bridgetown agenda?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. There can be no false dichotomy between people and planet. You can't seek to save us from the climate without dealing with poverty and other SDGs. And one of the things that we recognize from early is just as carbon dioxide and methane destroy the climate, you need oxygen to survive. And the oxygen this time is the financial capital first and foremost. Doesn't mean that we don't have to address other issues like trade and access and joint procurement, but finance is the first thing that begins to unlock it. Why is there a problem? Global public debt has increased by 5 times since the year 2000, between 2000 and 2022. And look and see who is paying the price for it. Invariably, it's the vulnerable countries on the front line, many of whom have had increased debt, not of their own making, but of having to face not just the climate crisis, but indeed international economic terms like those created with the WTO and others without a sensitivity to their peculiar conditions.
Right.
Secondly, the global financial architecture has not been structured to address their needs, and in fact penalizes them more for being vulnerable rather than helping them and lifting them out of vulnerability and marginalization with respect to financing. Why do I say so? A poor country and poor people can't come out of poverty without access to education, without access to protections in healthcare, without access to all of the basic things we know will give the economy's capacity to grow. At the same time, our economies and countries cannot fight the climate crisis nor the environmental degradation if there's no fiscal space and if debt is too high. So that we've reached this point where for the last few years we know what we have to do, but we're not doing it fast enough. We need to lower and level the cost of debt for all countries because the global climate crisis is global. It's not regional, it's not sectoral. Secondly, we need to recognize that this notion of short-term debt, as I've said over and over, cannot help either in terms of adaptation, or indeed in terms of SDG financing and poverty reduction. So that we need to create, not just for climate, but perhaps for all global public goods, a concessional window that is not the same as either for poor countries, who must continue, in my view, to get more grant, but for lower and middle income countries, something that is quasi-IDA, that perhaps is 40-year debt and a little more expensive, but allows countries to have a longer trajectory and to be able to build the capacity to repay the debt that it has. Similarly, we need blended capital, and the reality is that unless we start to change our expectations, the belief that the public money is just going to drop out of the sky, it's not happening. And with each year, we're closer and closer to the date with Armageddon. So how do we ensure that we have a different understanding as to where money can come from? Yes, those countries that continue to cause the crisis must continue to step up to the plate. But there are a number of activities that have remained immune, and we need to address it. Whether it is the excess windfall profits of those who helped contribute to the climate crisis, whether it is international shipping, whether it is small percentages that will not bankrupt any single company, but will add value to the loss and damage fund and also the adaptation funding. I want to salute UAE for allowing us to at least get the financing for the loss and damage fund off, but it is still under $1 billion. And equally, we need to get the Europeans and others who have to be able to appoint their persons to let us get going, because all we're doing is playing a waiting game until we can get going. But we can't focus only on loss and damage because adaptation remains at the core still. And therefore, unless we find a mechanism for financing global public goods, that in my view is a tripartite mechanism, public money, money from multinational corporations and citizens, and thirdly, a compact with philanthropic capital as to how they can not only spend money on what they like, but spend money on what the world needs, even if it is a small percentage of what they have. Now, if those can't work, put something else on the table. But what we are not doing is advancing the quantum, because while it is oxygen, after we get the oxygen, we still have to do the structural transformation, we still have to do the execution of the projects, and therefore the finance is not the destination. But the longer we take to get it, the more impossible it is going to be for us to be successful in adapting and also maintaining development. Because as I said, you can solve and make the country better, but by the time you do it, if the people are suffering and falling through poverty, the poverty trap, what have you achieved?
Right.
So I'll pause there.
Funny enough, the Stern Review, I think of 95, said we need to act now, even if the cost is minimal, to avoid a much bigger cost in the future. And that was in 95, I believe.
I think we have a global governance deficit in terms of not having a mechanism that allows for the kind of coordinated decision-making that's necessary.
Right.
I was told recently today that there's a troika that has been established that will see the former chair, the current chair, and the future chair of COP work together to ensure continuity. That is a step in the right direction. But we can't be meeting that technology allows us the capacity for more effective decision making, more effective meetings, and to be able to bring together the key players that will allow for the kind of decision making. We're already handicapped by the difficulties of geopolitics and domestic politics. Don't add to it by not having appropriate governance mechanisms.
All right, I'll park that idea of a compact and that collaboration for our second round of questions. And Minister, I'll come over to you now. The Prime Minister has mentioned several layers of the kind of financial flows we must see from grants to private-public partnerships. And I want to hear from you, what's the quality, the level of quality of finance that we want to see, especially when we look at small island states? What is required and the scale of investment for nation states like yourselves?
Thank you very much, Excellency. I think the big question here is, are we ready for this? I think UAE at the COP28, there was good leadership, and then we agreed on the loss and damage fund, and then now we are waiting how the disbursements will be. The bottom line here is actually, like Prime Minister Hasina has said, today we keep on spending money which might have been spent on hospitals. I'm talking about the SIDS, small island nations like ourselves, hospitals, schools, but now we have to spend that money on adaptation measures. Like the Prime Minister said, I think we emit less than 0.003% of the global emission, but we are the most hit. So people need to come to the realization that more need to be done. Now today, if we try to access the finance from these, for example, the Green Fund, Maldives has got 20 projects in the pipeline, for which 3 has been approved. The process is so long, but for countries, small countries like ourselves, it's actually very little bureaucracy, very little red carpet. So we are there, but the resources are not there to access these funds. So I think that's the gap that we are talking about. And again, for example, for the Maldives, now our renewable energy production is 4% of consumption, but we have a target of 33% in the next 5 years. Now we are short of $600 million, but accessing these funds is within these 5 years. If we are able to do that, we will be able to achieve those goals that we have been trying to achieve. Now, the other question is actually the quality of financing, the funding that is being that's available. It's really that are being available really too late to reach us. For example, if we spend $1 today, and we will be saving $15 tomorrow. But what is happening now currently is actually we keep on delaying things until we have to spend the $15 that we have that issue actually. I mean, every year we keep facing this. Another problem is actually small countries like Maldives. We have a population of 550,000 spread over more than 180 islands. So bankability of any of these projects is a very big challenge for us because it has to be profitable. Now, I think profitability and the bankability itself need to be redefined when you talk about the challenges that we have. Now, I think this is one challenge that we have always been advocating. And again, like we said, Maldives in the today when I was coming in, one journalist asked me, how is the climate change affecting the Maldives? That it's real. It's there. The storm surges are there. The rains are there. The high winds are there. And it's damaging. So how are we adapting? We are building new islands where measures are there to be safe. And I think everyone remembers that in the Indian Ocean tsunami, we were very badly hit. And then we had a pilot project where we built a safe island. And today we see, even with the climate change, some of these islands are very safe.
Right.
So, but we need, so we have projects in the pipeline, but accessing to these finances is the challenge.
Right.
And like I said, 3 years is a long time to stay, because by 3 years, things change. They take a different route.
Yes. I think for island states like yourselves, it's not only about energy and infrastructural projects, it's also about the maintenance of your corals and, you know, the oceans, and ensuring that the shipping industries are seeing themselves as part and parcel of maintenance of the ocean industry in itself. So how do they feature as part of your NDCs as you prepare for your submission for 2025?
In the past, actually, you know, even today, again, one of the challenges that we have is, are you going to be there? Some people ask me today, are you going to be there? Yes, yes. We have a different approach. We're not moving out of Maldives. Like I said, 550,000 Maldivians, plus we have expatriates, about 200,000, and then again, visiting tourists of about 200,000 at a given time. We're not moving out of Maldives, so we just need to change. So we have these priorities put in place where we need to adapt ourselves and then make sure that we keep. If you look at Maldivian tourism, if you look at Maldivian fishery, these are the most sustainable practices that has been put in place.
Right.
But if you look at the long term, because there has been no action taken, the long term value of those assets that we have created in the past is going to go down tremendously. I mean, if you look at the developed countries, they have access to development funding. Again, you know, so many funding opportunities are there. But for Maldives, a small island nations, it's not there. The access is difficult. So even if we put on a target, it's really, you know, you have, again, like at the start of my intervention, like I said, it's the money that should have gone into development of our people, going into these projects. You know, that's the reason.
Right.
I think Maldives says this. It's inevitable. You know, we go through this.
Yeah. I think that was more of a nudge to open an invitation to visit the Maldives.
Well, well, I think
no, it's fine, Minister.
Yes, visiting Maldives is definitely, you know, people will understand how it is. Okay, people ask me, is there a sea level rise? Well, climate change is real.
Yeah.
We see the storm surges, we see rains, and we see more wind.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Secretary Kerry, we heard the issues of, how expensive it is to get the right infrastructure in place. We heard the various challenges, but there have been such good outcomes that came out of COP28 that I want to profile as well. Off the bat, I started with the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, but there were also some commitments and pledges around the tripling of renewables and double energy efficiency by 2030, involving well over 210 countries at COP28. Additionally, a commitment to triple nuclear energy by 2050 was made by 20 countries. Now, we are all curious what all of this means. What does the pledge by 210 countries mean? And we know that we are going to need $4.3 trillion annually in order to really roll out that tripling of renewable energy in developing countries by 2030. Where is that money going to come from? In an agile manner, in a quality manner, and in affordable manner?
I think I'm going to go next door.
No pressure.
Look, let me, first of all, Bahola, thank you so much. And my friends assembled on this stage represent the hard places, the toughest, most abused, obviously Bangladesh, most vulnerable of countries, and Barbados and Maldives under siege. So how are we going to do this? What are we really going to do and get this done? Well, first of all, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber is sitting here with his team, and I would begin by saying thank you to them for the transition that they helped pull together so dramatically in Dubai, because Dubai really has set the stage for us unleashing a much more significant effort to be able to solve every one of the problems that was spoken by the prime ministers and the minister. I agree 100%. Everything they said is accurate and is a problem. But what happened in Dubai is that those 195, 200, whatever number of countries all agreed, built a consensus, the Dubai consensus, that we must transition away from fossil fuels, that we have to do so in a fair, equitable, and orderly way, that we have to be able to achieve an acceleration in this decade, which is critical, also in keeping with so as to achieve net zero 2050 and be able ultimately to make the great difference here. And the only way this is going to happen, accelerating in this decade and doing this in keeping with the science, that's critical language. In keeping with the science means 1.5 degrees. 2050 net zero means everybody has to have a plan. And accelerating this decade is the only way we will begin to get there. So this is a mandate that goes way beyond Paris. And it wouldn't have happened without Paris, but it goes way beyond Paris. Now, the mandate isn't enough. We could wind up in Baku, and these are just words on a piece of paper, unless we address the concerns that were expressed here. Everything that now needs to be done, if you have that consensus, everything that has to be done is fundamentally implementation. That means finding the money. Now, you have both said, both prime ministers have said, if we don't find trillions, not billions, we're not going to get there. I can proudly sit here today and say, you know, President Biden came in and he doubled at first the amount for adaptation, then he quadrupled it, and now he's set a goal of $11 billion. He's at $9.5 billion right now, and there are a whole lot of other initiatives ranging from $3 billion for the GCF, $1 billion for methane, $1 billion for women to be able, gender-based, but none of it, folks, is going to get the job done because we need the trillions. So how do we get the trillions? So, you know, that's where I think the whole effort now really has to go into finding ways to create the bankable deals more effectively, finding ways to leverage. We have an energy transition accelerator, which is a mechanism for offsets and credits, which is one way to raise money we don't have today. Another is obviously by crowding in money, creating a viable bankable situation, which we can do by putting some public money on the table, some private money on the table, and being able to leverage outcomes. Now, the UAE actually put forward some pretty daring proposals about putting some of this money into play. It's well known that I'm leaving this job, but I feel very strongly that I'm not going to leave the issue because the key is getting the finance. So how do we get it? We have to get more of the developed world to leverage more funding. We also have to find the bankable deals out there. You know, if you're building infrastructure for adaptation, much of that infrastructure for adaptation is also revenue producing. If it's revenue producing, you can go to the market and you can actually raise a lot more money. And so philanthropies joining with public money can offset risk, and then you can begin to put some of those trillions to work. Now, the only people who have those trillions is the private sector. No government has enough money to be able to win this battle. So I think we got to stop kidding around now. We've got to figure out the best way possible to be able to accelerate the deployment of the trillions, whether it's BlackRock or, you know, asset managers or asset owners or whoever it is. They've got to have confidence that if they go out there, they're going to be able to get some return on that investment or mitigate against the loss one way or the other. That's what we've been working on doing with the First Movers Coalition, with Methane Pledge, with all of the things that we've done as separate initiatives. But honestly, the stage is set. And why is the stage set? Because all of those countries understood everything that they've talked about that's happening to them is going to get worse. It's going to get worse this year. Absolutely, according to the science, unless we do more, it's going to get worse next year and thereafter. And that's going to cost us billions of public money, dollars that could be going into exciting the private sector to crowd in to this fact. So I think we all understand the challenge. And we are poised to be able to actually go out and try to meet that challenge. And I think that's where the biggest effort of the developed world has to go, to make that money deploy. And if we do, we really can win the battle, because there's so many exciting things happening in new technologies that could be deployed. But deploying them is also going to cost money. So I think this is as defined as it's ever been. The challenge is as clear as it's ever been. The capacity to meet the challenge is as there as it has ever been. Now we just have to go out and do it.
Yeah. Thank you. So credit enhancement tools are very important. It brings us to the issues of triple P in financing. But in order for us to crowd in the private sector, I think public funding needs to be prepared to lose like 10 cents in the dollar to get that to deal with that first loss.
Well, in some cases, yes, but not necessarily. Certainly not in every case at all. I mean, look, you know, in Egypt, in preparation for the previous COP, we made an agreement with the government of Egypt where we were able to raise about $500 million of public money, and we used that to leverage the closing of 11 gas-fired power plants with the deployment of 20 gigawatts of renewable energy, and we crowded in, tracted through the 500 million on the table, we were able to crowd in 10 billion of public and 10 billion of private money. The deal's gone forward. It's happening.
That's great.
Now we can replicate that in any number of creative ways. Many people have talked about blended finance.
Yeah.
We worked on that in the Jet P with Indonesia and the Jet P with Vietnam, but I can't tell you that they've been raging successes, because we haven't been able to unleash the larger sums of money that will make the difference for the investment.
Right.
So, look, I think that the stage, as I said, is set for us to be able to change the paradigm. And if we can work, and I know we will work with Prime Minister Mia Mottley, with Prime Minister Hasina and others, to try to accelerate this.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry. So I know there's somebody dying to ask a question. Ineza Umuhoza, who's the founder and CEO of the Green Protector, has requested to ask a question to our esteemed panelist. Ineza?
Thank you so much. Maybe I can stand up?
Yes, please.
So since I started my engagement in the climate negotiation in 2018, I'm so happy to say that at least we are moving firmly in getting concrete hope for loss and damage, with the loss and damage fund and this funding arrangement being agreed at COP28. But however, I still wonder, there's a need to really move from climate aid to climate partnership for concrete action. So my question, the first question is, how will this be safely implemented in a manner that does not going to increase the debt, especially for developing countries who are and are still losing their GDP due to climate change impact? And how are the source of funding for the loss and damage fund going to be more than pledges, because we have learned the hard way from the 100 billion goal? So how can you give us quantifiable and concrete hope for the future? And the last is, as developing countries have done the work and have formulated commitment and tried to adjust their development path and budgets to address loss and damage and adaptation for the good of the planet and the people, now it's all about the developed countries. So my simple question to Special Envoy John Kelly, when we develop country going to step up, when is going to be the time, and how are you going to do it to meet all the agreement in the Paris?
Thank you, Nessa.
Thanks.
Well, I think I just described to you what President Biden is doing. I mean, remember, we had a president who pulled out of Paris and then zero funded it for 4 years. And when President Biden came in, his first mission to me and others was, please reestablish credibility for our country and help people to see that we're serious about getting this done. That's why President Biden made a pledge of $11 billion for the emergency adaptation program that he has created. He's put money on the table, and we are the largest humanitarian donor in the world. Has it all gone into climate? No. And that's part of the problem. We have ideological differences. We have a Congress that has to appropriate this money. There hasn't been that much money, but we've been able to win the battles. Now there's $3 billion for the Green Climate Fund and so forth. But please, as I say to you, you said it's up to the developed countries. With all due respect, it's up to all of us. Developed countries need help from developing countries to be able to help provide assurances with respect to some of these expenditures, to provide a legal system that is going to be able to honor contracts, to be able to deal with arbitration if you have differences, to guarantee that the currencies won't be threatened. I mean, there are a lot of risks you have to deal with in this. And we need cooperation together to be able to make these things happen. But I am convinced we're in a different place than we've ever been in. I've been doing this since 1988 or whatever, and starting with Rio. And never have I seen as much momentum, as clear a mandate, and we can deploy these renewables now. That is a technology we have. And the IEA has told us, if we will just deploy enough of the renewables, wind and solar, not to mention hydro and geothermal, but just take wind and solar, we could accomplish our goal of a 43% reduction of emissions by 2030 if we just used that existing technology. That's doable. And we need more country cooperation around the world to say, hey, I'll go do that deployment rather than having to exploit the gas field or the oil field or so forth. And let's prove that there is a new paradigm for how we can approach this transition. This is the greatest transition economically the world has ever known since the Industrial Revolution. And unbelievable numbers of jobs can be created. And they can be created indigenously in these places where we are investing. You know, in the US last year, 3.9% growth in clean energy jobs. In regular energy jobs, only 3.1% for the first time ever. Renewables are outpacing the deployment of people and of money in terms of investment. Likewise for investment, 1.8 trillion was put into venture capital for a clean energy economy. Only 1 trillion was invested, it's still a lot of money, but 1 trillion compared to the 1.8 was invested in fossil fuels. That is the beginning of a trend which Fatih Birol and the IEA have documented, where in the next few years, there is a terminal decline in demand for fossil fuel that will begin to behold, and that's going to affect analysts on Wall Street. I know the folks in the UAE have looked at this, and part of the reason for the things they've been doing at home, as well as encouraging in the context of the COP, is based on those realities of where we're headed. So that's how I think it changes. Everybody has a stake in this, and everybody has a role to play, and we cannot put more debt on the Global South debt has to be part of the equation by which we are transitioning.
Right. So there's so many burning questions, but I'm being told that we're out of time. So I've been given one more person to ask a question, who is Kushal Raj, who's a Pacific Policy Director, Conservation International, and also a Munich Young Leader 2024. Is this person in the room?
Yes, thank you, moderator. And Bula Vinaka from Fiji. My question to the very esteemed panel, and of course I've done previous negotiations for the Fiji government, is that we talk a lot about private sector engagement and the so-called financing that's available with private sector, but this is not the case for small and developing states, in particular for Fiji, and the Honorable Minister from Maldives would agree. So how do we unlock this private sector in seeds and small island states when there is no engagement? If anything, private sector relies on governments in these countries to actually get readiness support. So what does the Paris Convention or the basically convention provide to these private sectors, and how do we continue to be on the playing field or the level playing field without missing out? And I'm talking about missing out in number of years. And secondly, quickly, just to link up, when we talk about renewable energies, we talk about the use of minerals, we talk about nuclear waste. While we do have the technology, at what cost does it come to environment, and in particular to Pacific Island countries where nuclear waste and dumping has been a practice of the past? Thank you.
Thank you. So,
yes, thank you. I think, as I mentioned earlier, the bankability, I think Secretary Kerry also mentioned that bankability is an issue for the private sector. So I think we need to stop looking at these projects from the traditional way that's the reason why Maldives and small island nations like Maldives and Fiji and many other are unable to reach these funds, because of the way this is done. It takes 3 years, like I said. But again, now there are new trends which are coming up. I think my predecessor at the UNGA introduced, when he was the president of the UNGA, I think that there was an initiative from the MVI. Instead of looking at the bankability and those issues from a GDP perspective, look at more innovative ways and then try to come up with this. So I think this is basically the problem there. I think all we know is actually, some people still think that, the small island nations are too small, so there are bigger problems for them. No, but the problem is it was created by somebody else, but we are the people who are suffering. I think that's the question which is coming now. So what I believe is actually what happened in Dubai should not stay in Dubai. We should move on. I think I trust the Dubai presidency to take it to the next level and have this funding available. I think we have run short of time, and thank you very much.
We are out of time, and because I don't want you to be booted out of stage, I'm going to give one word. I'm going to ask you for literally one word. To close this conversation, what gives you hope?
Well, we always want to
One word,
be hopeful.
Prime Minister.
We always want to be hopeful, but it is my experience that developed countries not coming forward with the promised. They place the promise, but they don't fulfill. But this time, because it's a loss and damage fund, it has been started realizing. But for COP29, we want that it should be very pragmatic.
Okay. Prime Minister Modley.
Resilience, the innate resilience of human beings to rise above challenges. And the major challenge is, in fact, man-made institutions. So that if we can rise above that, then I do believe that we can come together in time to do what has to be done.
Thank you.
Change the way that we look at profitability, because that's not how we should be looking at it. When an island becomes safe, that should be considered as a profit.
Great. Secretary Kerry?
Innovation.
Innovation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main program
eigentlich genauso. Also wenn man da steht, vorne ist man halt im Blickfeld, hier hinten geht das noch, aber vorne, je nachdem, wie man da halt im Blickfeld ist.
Rechts sollten schon stehen, also meiner Ansicht nach. Ich kann auch gerne vorne die ganze Zeit stehen, wenn ihr das wollt. Also zumindest während den Fragen. Ich wusste nicht, was ihr da gesagt bekommen habt oder auch das mit den Fragen. Dann wäre es cool, wenn ihr die Info hier habt, dass ihr mir die da vorne da auch bringt, weil ich wusste von gar nichts. Okay. Sie ist nach hinten gelaufen, hat irgendwas mit dem Mikrofonmenschen. Ich so, was geht jetzt ab? Weil letztes Jahr war hier irgendwie die und die Person darf auf gar keinen Fall ein Mikrofon bekommen und solche Geschichten. Also hier, informier deine Männer, habe ich gelernt, oder Frauen. Also Informationen weitergeben.
Okay. Dann switchen wir. Ihr zwei können verlegen zum Essen. Ihr könnt euch aussuchen. Also wir übernehmen jetzt erstmal
16:30, das ist ja hier fast schon Agerzeiten.
17:30. Ja, nur geht falsch. Also ich kann zum Essen.
Na, geht's ja nicht. Ich kann sie noch nicht lesen.
Und einer von euch kann noch.
So, willst du? Ich habe überhaupt keinen Hunger. Also
Ich glaube,
mir wäre es lieber, wenn du erst gehst.
Okay, ja, dann würde ich, glaube ich, direkt mitkommen.
Dann gehe ich nach. Warte, du standest gerade hier in der Mitte. Ja, dann gehe ich jetzt.
Was kommt denn jetzt? Ist irgendwas Spannendes?
Weiß nicht, ich will nur die danach mit erleben. Also, bei einer halben Stunde müssen wir wieder zurückfahren.
Das ist echt spannend. AI will ich auch wieder. Also
die haben jetzt eine halbe Stunde Zeit und dann haben die nochmal eine halbe Stunde Zeit. Ja, morgen haben wir die Flughafen und dann kommt das gleich. So.
entweder hinter der Bühne oder unten, da wo ich sie geholt habe.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the main conference hall now. We're about to begin the next session. Please make your way into the main conference hall now.
Ja, die macht noch ein paar Fotos und so. Ja, nur am Funk komme ich gar nicht raus, oder bei dir? Ja, genau. Ich würd mich anrufen, wenn hier ein bisschen mehr Bewegung reinkommt. Und dann rufe ich mich an. Moment, jetzt geht's mehr vielleicht.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall. We'll begin with the program momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the main conference hall.
Fass mal kurz an, bitte. Die 10, die 10, die 10. 10, 2, 3, 4, 10, 2, 3, 4, 10, 2, 3, 4, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alex für Nils. Eins, zwei, drei, vier. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Einfach nur so, dass wir es mal checken können. Weil wir es ja um die Sache.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Eurasia Group, Ian Bremmer.
Thank you very much, and let me please bring my distinguished panel up. We've got Kirsty Kajulat, who is the global advocate of the UN Secretary General for Every Woman, Every Child. You also all know her as former President of the Republic of Estonia. I have Nighat Dad, the founder and executive director of the Digital Rights Foundation. She's from Pakistan. And also Sundar Pichai, who is the CEO of Google Alphabet, also his first ever Munich Security Conference. And I am suspecting after this panel, not his last.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So it's wonderful to have a panel on the geopolitics of AI. And Sundar, I am going to start with you, put you in the hot seat for a few questions, just because you are the guy that is doing more to drive this than the rest of us. I noticed in the speaker brief that I got from MSC that there was a question about what we think the global digital order is going to look like in 10 years. I'd be happy for 10 months at this point. I've never seen a technology that is more transformative, quick, with so much resource behind it in every sector of the global economy, affecting national security in innumerable ways, and also changing society and even the nature of what it means to be a human being. That's a lot on the shoulders of a small number of folks. So I was wondering if you could start by telling us a little bit about the level of...
I think it's the topic on everyone's mind. I think you're right about the pace of progress. I just left Silicon Valley about 48 hours ago, and just being here over the last 2 days, it felt like the field has been progressing since then. All of us a few companies are driving what you would call as large models, and we are scaling up the compute that goes in these models, and the scaling up is an order of magnitude. And that's where the uncertainty comes in. The progress is phenomenal, but you quite don't know till you do that next scaling and train these models again, what you're going to have on the other side. So we've embraced this framework of being bold and responsible, being bold to lean into the innovation. There is clear, extraordinary upsides that you see with AI. At the same time, being responsible enough. For example, the more powerful the models get, the more you're going to have to test it for safety, et cetera. So balancing both. But it's definitely, even the progress we have made is already going to drive a lot of change. So that part is certain. And what's uncertain is the pace of progress ahead over the next few years.
So this is a global security conference, and we define that broadly speaking, but in terms of the well-being of people, borders, data, your job, you name it. In that regard, what is the thing that is most potentially transformative of where you see AI going in the near term?
Given it's a security conference, we've been thinking a lot about cybersecurity. And maybe there I can start with an optimistic tone. One of the big learnings at Google over the past couple of years is that we are right to be worried about the impact on cybersecurity, but AI, I think, actually counterintuitively strengthens our defense on cybersecurity. We have found that empirically in our experience as a company. And the reason is we call this the defender's dilemma. The people who are trying to attack just need to find one weak part of your whole system. But for people defending the system, you have to take care of the entire surface area and make sure everything is okay all the time. So it's a large-scale problem. So AI disproportionately helps the people defending, because you're getting a tool which can impact it at scale, versus the people who are trying to exploit. So areas in Google where we have deployed AI, either be it in consumer products like our browser Chrome, or to protect the company, we have found we have become more efficient at detecting threats. And so in some ways, we are winning the race disproportionately by using AI. So I think from a security standpoint, AI, if we put our minds and apply it, can actually strengthen our defenses.
And the nature of the field right now, we think about sort of a relatively small number of companies, mostly in the United States, that are doing most of the driving, the announcing, raising a lot of money. We've got a fair number in China too, though with very different capabilities. Do you think that is likely to persist for let's say 2-3 years? Or do you think it's much more likely that this field is going to have massive churn, both in terms of the principal players, but also in terms of where they are and what they do?
It is a very dynamic moment. I think it's important to understand this technology flows freely. In fact, a lot of the AI revolution was underpinned by work we published from Google called Transformers. There is a lot of research still being shared, and people are open sourcing models as well. You mentioned US and China, but I think it's important even in the context of Europe. There are extraordinary companies in Europe, Mistral in France, Hugging Face in France, Aleph Alpha in Germany. So there are important companies who are really driving progress with AI here as well. And I think open source adds a dimension to it. Having said that, I do think the larger scale models require a lot of investment in CapEx and in computing. So I think
energy.
And energy to go with it. And so I do think you're going to have large players continue to lead the way, but I do think there is underneath that, there is more dynamism than people realize.
Very tight responses from engineers, by the way. We should note this going forward. So Kirsty, let me turn to you and ask, given all of this, given the state of where we are, how do you think about governance from a state perspective and from a maybe more than state perspective? There's a lot of focus over it. The EU has one approach, the Americans have another, the Chinese have a third, the UN is engaged. It's trying to move pretty fast, not moving as fast as this. Give us some of your thoughts on where we are, where we should go.
Yes, indeed. For years now here in Munich, we have been discussing this, that in past century, when something was invented, governments know best about it. And onboarding also in our defense and security technologies, we now need to, onboard what has been invented in the private sector. And so this is not new for us. Right now, we are just adding this element of legality, of onboarding private sector into our international multilateral legal process. What I mean by it, the number of governments is far bigger than the number of companies who are, that big in this. And I think we will, in 10 years' time, since you started from that, see that actually they are, at a comparable level participating in our legal space setting. And I think this is something which we need to get our head around. And it's the best way to do it, because we're not able to do it without them. They are not so numerous. And actually, the responsible companies who work with us will help us to uphold this new international digital world order. The trick here, of course, is can we trust, despite all the geopolitical competition between, let's say, US and China, can we really trust that Chinese, despite these competitive elements in our relations, let's put it very politely, despite that, are they able to come together and agree and control the way we think it should be done? Or will they be overtaken by the will to dominate? We restrict ourselves, they don't restrict themselves, or they make face they do, but finally they don't. In case of the nuclear proliferation, somehow governments were able to come together and actually overcome the other difficulties and say, this is a real existential risk. We must be able to cooperate. And interestingly, MSC is starting this year a program to help our generation of people to understand nuclear risks, proliferation risks, and how actually to, handle them to make sure that we are able step by step patiently move ahead. I think we should actually approve the same strategy. The main problem, of course, in addition to this US-China competition and can we work together, is the non-government actors or malign actors. They are far more difficult to control, and of course they can rely on small language models, which are more specific, less energy consuming, and far more difficult to detect. So the only way to try to, keep them in check now and hopefully also in 10 years' time is to monitor energy expenditure and try to control where the chips are going. I don't see any other ways. That is the real danger. The small, irresponsible groups having some SLMs rather than LLMs.
The proliferation model is clearly a much greater challenge in this environment than the nuclear model, exponentially. But to ask you to push a little on the US-China front, Do you see that as one where, I mean, there is an effort to put a track 1.5 together. It's going to be rolling out in the next several weeks between the United States and China. Do you see that as something that should be done at the top levels of the government, driven by Beijing and Washington, irrespective of the administration? Or do the Europeans necessarily need to be a component of that? Are the corporations sitting around the table, irrespective of who they are, if they're the principal players, or is there a selection process? And how might you think about who the right actors are? What do you, as someone who used to run a government in this space, and as a European who isn't necessarily driving AI right now, how do you think about that?
Well, I think that Europe has always been the champion in testing regulation, and therefore it has its value also in this process. If I think of the EU AI Act, I'm very happy that we have it. It's the most comprehensive. EU has done quite a lot of attempts at legislation as well, but it's comprehensive and I like it. There is only one element which I'm worried, and the problem here is that actually the AI Act foresees pretty high fines. And if you go and tell somebody that, I mean, unless you abide by my rules, I will fine you by 35 million or 7% of your turnover, or on a lesser violations, there are 15 and 3.5 and so on. Unless you're an SME, then there are again different rules. But then the risk is that you cannot really, achieve what I envisaged as the proper regulation, which onboards the private sector, because they're not open with you. And Estonian experience, Estonia, well, is a government which relies very much on digital tools. And for us, it's kind of vital to keep the system running, that our critical infrastructure providers talk with government openly about their cyber risks and actually attacks and failures in their cybersecurity. And for that, you cannot find them. We don't. And it works very well. So I would advise that AI Act could be the base for this common coming together to make sure that AI is kept under control. But I would say minus the fines. That's a huge problem right now in the system.
Now, Nighat, I'm about to turn to you, but first I have to ask you, Sundar, since Kirsty just said that the Europeans have always been the champions of the most effective new regulatory structure, does Google see it that way? Minus the fines, does Google see it that way on AI and the EU AI Act?
Look, I think there's definitely been value we see in a digital single market, and I think Europe was definitely at a disadvantage with fragmented regulation on the internet across many different countries. So for example, for privacy, I think we have called for federal privacy legislation in the US. And the fact that GDPR exists as a business gives you a certain framework on which to approach your work. Having said that, on AI, to answer your question directly, I think it's important, it's a transformative moment. It'll affect every sector, including the competitiveness of Europe as a whole. So you have to balance and get it right where you're promoting innovation and companies can lean in and adopt AI, at the same time, making sure there is responsibility to go with it. So, it's a tricky balancing act, I think. And I think it's important for Europe to keep that balance as they proceed here.
Okay, I'm hearing a transatlantic perspective from Sundar here, not shockingly. So Nighat, let me turn to you, because we haven't talked, of course, yet about the rest of the world, and I'm gonna make you responsible for all of it. So Global South, the models so far driven from the industrialized world and companies there, a lot of the data, of course, is also coming from those people, wealthy people, largely speaking. What do we do? What needs to be done? Is anything being done that helps ensure, in your view, that these technologies will not drive greater inequality, will not drive greater, we've seen it on climate change. The Global South is a political component. It's not an economic component. We used to talk about emerging markets. That meant they were going to engage and integrate. The Global South is, we're different because we feel like you're not treating us properly. How do you address that?
So first of all, I guess when we talk about Global South, we also need to think that we are talking about rest of the world, which is global majority, and it's not the global minority that usually where the conversation around AI is concentrated. It's a handful of companies, handful of governments who are driving this conversation, whether it comes to regulation or whether it comes to innovation. And as we see, China, you know, they love to produce, and EU loves to regulate, and US loves to innovate. And where is the rest of the world? So I guess so far in this, what I personally think is global majority or global South hasn't been part of this conversation. We have always been treated as first design technology, regulate it, and then deploy, and then that's where we sort of come into the picture. But I think with this whole AI conversation, one thing that I have noticed that, for instance, companies are talking about, governments are coming up with regulations, but also UN stepped in. So UN Secretary General established his high-level AI panel. You are also part of it. And I think that's a good conversation starter in terms of, you know, when we talk about global governance. Somebody has to govern this. Somebody has to do an oversight, not only on companies, but also nation states. How governments are coming up with regulations, whether those regulations are taking into account international human rights framework or international human rights law. And I think we should not think about security in isolation. If we look at our UN founding documents, it basically talks about peace, security, and human rights. So are we really taking that conversation into this debate? I think we are departing from human rights and international human rights framework when we are talking about these emerging technologies. I'm glad that companies are thinking something, but I think they are not thinking enough, and the actions that they are taking. So maybe this is like a proper time. I don't want to say things in a pessimistic note, because I can see different struggles that are going on when it comes to governments and companies, but also entities like UN is also trying to be part of the debate, and then independent oversight boards also are trying to do their best. So I think we need to look into the ecosystem and how we are adding into ecosystem instead of just working in silos.
So when I think about what you just told us all, three different kinds of points come to mind. The first is negative externalities. And so, you know, lots of people, lots of companies, lots of shareholders are going to benefit from AI, but if there are going to be negative externalities, usually it's the people that don't have power that get hit, and that's probably something that bothers you, number one. Number two is this is an incredible technology to empower human beings to increase their human capital. To do things that I mean, we were just talking behind, you know, sort of the stage on how everyone can be a programmer now, because the skill set required to be an effective programmer is a lower base. So we'll get more programmers in Pakistan. We'll get more programmers in sub-Saharan Africa. That's really exciting. And then there's a third point, which I don't know how to think about yet, and I'm hoping you can help me, which is that increasingly I see a lot of governments also wanting to have and roll out sovereign AI for their countries. But of course, those governments have radically different governance models. And some of them are kind of democratic. Most of the African models are not, right? And what does that mean for individuals that happen to live in a country where sovereign AI may be doing stuff that has nothing to do with the principles of the UN Charter? Talk us through how you relate to those very different drivers.
Yeah, no, I understand, you know, you're talking about some governments that are less democratic or, you know, autocratic regimes, but I think that's where, you know, I always stress when it comes to companies or governments that, yes, there is UN Charter, but that it was there for some reason, and that's why, you know, UN Business Human Rights Council puts some responsibility on business and governments both, and I think that's why we have to look into the international human rights framework, because when it comes to governments, they also depart from human rights conversation when they make regulations. You know, so mostly it's like concentrating their own power or national security or their own security. And I think that's where it's important for us to keep reminding governments to look back into the documents or the commitments that they have made to the UN, but also companies, the responsibilities that they have under UN guiding principles.
Now, I want to at least talk about this announcement that's being made shortly on this Munich Pact, which is bringing together a number of tech companies, including Google, also bringing together other governments as participants to try to root out AI disinformation from elections. Pakistan has just had kind of an election, right? Sort of, right? Not a great one. I think we can say that. And one of the things that was interesting was Imran Khan from jail, right, doing this AI speech. Wasn't him. It was kind of put forward. Do you see a pact that would root out AI as making any sort of difference in a country like yours?
I think that it's a question that I also raised, during our elections when political parties were doing election campaigning while using platforms, and how generative AI was being used by different political actors and other actors as well. And I think what I noticed that platforms are not as ready, because a lot of impact of generative AI, it's not black and white. It's not that, a political leader behind the bars is using AI gen. It's basically, what kind of narrative, coming out of, through use of generative AI, but also, the impact of user. Who are these people consuming that content? Do they know whether that was AI-generated content? There is a lack of digital literacy. People actually don't know. When a leader who is so much celebrated that people will blindly believe, no matter they are populist or right-wingers or whatever, but then if they blindly believe them, they won't care that this is generative AI content or not. So I think there is a lot of streams we are talking about here, but I won't go into what kind of elections we had.
And that's fair. I'm not trying to put you on the hot spot on that. But so, Kirsty, from the government perspective, Sundar from the corporate perspective, how excited should we be that this is a significant step forward in an area that so far there's been virtually no governance?
You mean take a code or
yes.
Code? Yeah, first I wanted to a little bit take issue with this, that this new technology is only a risk for the human dignity. It definitely can also be used to defend and protect human dignity. And my belief is strongly that GDPR was born precisely because we wanted to defend our values. And now even you say that it was useful. It's a useful framework. And also the AI Act actually does ban AI activities which violate human rights. For example, social scoring, etc., is totally forbidden. And that is why I'm also skeptical that can it really develop into a kind of common accord. But if we come now to the Munich Compact, full disclosure, I've also been, well, let's say, somewhat involved from Microsoft side in getting this thing done. And I really appreciate this corporate responsibility, and particularly, I mean, there has been a little bit less maybe interest from European companies also because they are facing in April a vote on AI Act, and they may feel that, I mean, let's wait and see a little bit before we work with this document. But it's concentrating on the fact that we have a really bad year to test all these deep faking capabilities out. Maybe less of a problem in Europe because, after all, even if European Parliament finally consists of people who otherwise will not be there and are really weird, then it's mostly the Commission and Council problem in trialogues. They can resolve it. But there are other elections going on. And that means that companies have to come together and make sure that the deepfakes are busted. Because in the elections which already we've now had, we've seen already that these models have allowed, I mean, amazing amount of fakes. And I really welcome this initiative. But it doesn't, of course, remove the problem that finally no one trusts anything anymore. And then if a government says somebody has invaded our country and we need to have a mobilization, you wouldn't believe it. And that is the outcome of all it. And this tech accord doesn't want this to happen. Companies have come together and invited everybody else to on board to do something about it, to, I mean, create fingerprints which we can attach to those things which are real, and also to bust what is unreal. And I mean, since governments cannot do it because you are in a pre-election phase, imagine, let's say that, I mean, US government goes or French government goes and says 6 months before the election, I want to limit somehow the capability of deepfaking.
Politically almost impossible.
It's
right?
not possible. So that is why we must be very grateful that companies took this action.
That's a very important point. And I mean, please answer this from the tech perspective, but also I'm just wondering how existentially urgent does this feel to you specifically, given the elections in the United States this year?
Look, I mean, election integrity has been something we've been very focused on for a while. This year, not just in the US, I almost think 1 in 3 people in the world are going through an electoral process in 24. And so it's an important year. I think there's a lot of work we have learned now works. I think compared to where the tech industry was a few years ago, we have made a lot of progress. There is more information sharing. I'm excited that the Tech Accord is one more step by which companies are coming together. For example, we have had success with running pre-bunking campaigns. By pre-bunking campaigns, we mean, and we plan to do the same for the European elections, rather than debunking, get ahead of disinformation, identify patterns of how they've done it in the past, and educate people about what to look for.
So it's like Minority Report, but for elections. It's very exciting.
It's a version of, telling people what kind of, to watch out for these patterns, right? And as to how these campaigns work. We are definitely introducing new policies. For example, we've updated our elections ads policy to say if you're using synthetic content, you need to disclose it as an advertiser. We are all introducing watermarking, and as part of the Tech Accord, we're going to share frameworks to do that. The technology is still early. When it comes to deepfakes, though, I would say, at least in the context of this year, what we have so far seen is still the same problem of disinformation. Deepfakes is just a new way to create that. You don't need AI to create
but
wrong.
AI gets all the blame anyway for any fake now.
Yeah, right. But at least in 24, I think it's yet to be seen. But so far, we haven't seen a wide-scale deployment of it.
The New Hampshire robocall was probably the closest we've seen in the U.S. so far.
Yes, but people became aware of
it very quickly.
Very quickly, yeah. Widely talked about, and so on.
Was that a successful response in your view?
I think it's a start. I think the fact that it quickly became, but there's more to do, right? How do you detect it automatically and help users identify that it's AI generated? I think that's important work we all have to do.
Kirsty, you look like you wanted in. Is that true?
No, I mean, for me, it's also important that companies are not myopic in this sense that you remember when 3D printers came. Suddenly everybody was calling their dumb kind of, let's say, plywood cutting machinery a plywood printer, a 3D plywood printer. And the same now here applies. I mean, that not all faking is I mean, you have text fakes, you have audio fakes, you have just, cutting weirdly this Tucker Carlson interview, or even cutting rightly and presenting it, it's a weird material. So not everything is AI, but AI gets all the blame. And this is something which I hope companies, understand that, it's hopeless to explain to wider public what is AI and what isn't. They only care about what is true and what isn't.
No, there are lots of reasons why democracies are increasingly broken, clearly, and AI is kind of the sprinkles right now on top of the sundae.
We can do most of the trouble ourselves, frankly speaking. We don't need AI, to talk stupid things.
So I'm going to take a couple questions if people have them, so think them through, and I'll call on you first. But before I do, I've got one more thing I wanted to, hold on one second. But I wanted to get to, I just wanted to sort of seed that idea for a second. I wanted to ask, we've talked a lot about governance and about the EU model, the US model. I'm interested also in the corporate model. And what I mean by that is, I would stipulate that there is a bigger difference in governance between Dorsey's Twitter and Musk's X, not only in terms of how it's run, but impact on society, than there was between Trump's US government and Biden's US government. I'd make that argument. To the extent that Google, Microsoft, Meta, X are very different companies. And they also can have different CEOs. They can have different technologies, different business models. how should we think about technology companies as geopolitical actors? How should we think about just how dramatically those transitions can occur, and the responsibility of regulation and governance to help ensure that that doesn't have negative implications for society? Of course, I'm thinking about the failures of social media around that and the fact that we're living with it. But with AI, this is all happening so much faster with so many implications. And I'll let you all answer that if you like, but I want to, of course, turn to you first, Suna.
Look, you're seeing various models, right? I mean, Europe has the Digital Services Act, which kind of tries to, it's a governance model on top of how does information flow in these platforms, right? So I think there are attempts like that. I do think what matters is that there is I think the real issue is if there are only concentrated sources of information, right? But if anything, I think there is an element of democratizing access, which has been going on for a while. You have many different mediums now. So people are getting information, in many different ways. And sometimes I think we err on the side of thinking things are getting worse all the time, right? I think there is equally enough flows of information to counter things, and so I think time will tell. There have been moments where things have gone wrong, but overall, I wouldn't underestimate what the internet has done in terms of giving everyone access to more information. None of us know what misinformation looked like in the 1700s. I can assure you there was a lot of it, right? And I can't tell with absolute certainty things are worse today than it was then, right? But we sometimes talk that way. So, I guess, to me, the fact that there is more choice than ever before, and people can hear from a wide variety of sources is a good thing. And so that's how I think about it.
I guess the one thing, just a quick follow-up, and then to you, Kirsty, which is we all, in this room, there is a general view shared by most people that a US model of governance on AI would be preferable to a Chinese model of governance on AI, or a European model would be preference, maybe to both, but certainly to the Chinese. There is not necessarily a view that Google winning the AI race is preferable to Microsoft, is preferable to X. And I'm not asking you to say Google's the best or the worst. I'm not asking you to do that. But I am asking, do you think it is important increasingly, given the role of companies in this space, for us to think more about the implications of different business models and different leaders being successful or not in this space? The geopolitical, the social, the political implications. Because again, for social media, that didn't happen. And clearly, a lot of countries, a lot of societies are paying for that.
Look, I would argue, and to your point, I think what matters ultimately is that, that however the system wins, that it's grounded in a framework of human rights and shared values that we can all underpin it on. And I genuinely think there will be many companies which will succeed in AI. It feels early and very far from a zero-sum game for me. And I do think this technology will get democratized more than people realize. Just like from the personal computer when you went to mobile phones, I would argue emerging markets, Global South, has had more penetration of mobile compared to the prior technology. I think AI will do the same, right? It will increase access of technology to more people than the previous technology generation. So I think what matters is that it's underpinned with a set of shared human rights and aligned values, which is the most important thing, I think.
Thank you. Now, Kirsty, you're smiling.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I know what that means.
That means that all of a sudden, because obviously you brought in Twitter versus X, you got the most diplomatic answer, similar to what I would say if you asked me to criticize US foreign policy, for example. But I'm not part of the corporate world, so I would be very blunt here. If there is shareholder value in being a rouge actor, then we have a problem.
A rogue actor.
Is there? Because actually, if you are a rouge actor and unpredictable, actually you do create risks to your own investment environment, maybe eating up shareholder value and destroying shareholder value. So that's my answer to this question of Twitter and X, undiplomatically.
So I thought you were going to say if I were asking you about Estonia versus Latvia, you were going to be very diplomatic.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, okay. Nijat, would you like to throw an idea on this?
Yeah, no, I think there is a lesson learned for all of us, but especially companies, for what happened to Twitter, former Twitter and now X. Power around one platform should not be with the founder or one person in the company, and I think that's what the lesson learned when we see now X, that it still has an impact in societies where democracies are fragile. But also, I think what we witnessed that there were these layers of human rights teams and trust and safety teams, and I think that's where existing companies who are now in this race of AI, they really need to see whether they are strengthening their existing human rights, trust and safety teams. Do they have any other body that can also hold them accountable, independent oversights, which are meaningful independent oversights? So I think there are like all these governance models that we can look into, and not only the regulatory approach, but also like how companies are learning their lessons from the ones that are actually still ruining, whatever democracies we have left in the rest of the world.
Thank you for that. So very different perspectives here. I think you had the first one, right? Yes, so please, I'm going to, 2 quick questions, and then we'll let the panelists respond. I'm going to take them both together so we don't run out of time. Please, first you and then you. Yeah, and if you just introduce yourself so that everyone can see who you are.
Thank you, Ulrike Franke from the European Council on Foreign Relations. Given that this is a security conference, we haven't talked, or I'd like to talk a little bit more about the security and, in fact, military implications of everything we're talking about. And I guess my question is primarily to Sundar Pichai. We see tech becoming increasingly relevant in military conflicts, and Google has been active in Ukraine, for example, around cybersecurity. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on the role that companies, which are after all private actors with unelected leaders, and the role that these companies should or should not play in geopolitical conflicts, and how do you even approach this question of the role that you can play? Thank you.
Okay, the next question is going to be easier, I promise. Hand it to, please.
Shabhat Yassan, I'm from Deutsche Welle. My question is also to you. We did mention Pakistan and a bit of America. I'd be interested in understanding what specific steps Google is planning to take for the upcoming elections in India, because at the moment it seems like the maximum amount of disinformation is coming out of India. Thank you.
So 2 questions. Look, first of all, on cybersecurity, I do think companies have a strong role to play. If you looked at a few decades ago, and even from a military standpoint, a lot of the underlying technological progress was being driven by the government, right? But that's changing now, right, pretty dramatically. Take AI as an example. So I do think there are going to be increasing, public-private partnerships. And I gave the earlier example of cybersecurity. If you look at the cybersecurity approach we have inside a company like Google, it is state of the art, and in a way in which I think governments have a lot to, learn and work together and improve in terms of cybersecurity practices. And I think it's important that we create frameworks by which that can happen. So I think that's going to be important. And and we do that, consistent with our values in democratic countries. And look, we have, in every country we operate, we have clear policies, and we publish those policies. We consult and evolve those policies, and and would approach it the same way, be it in the US, be it in India. And I think as a company, we have always stood for raising what we call as authoritative information, including pointing to news sources in important areas. That's what we have done across the world, and part of what in Google search we have done for many, many years is in areas where we feel it's important to get the right information. We elevate what we call authoritative content, including journalistic content. That's an approach which has worked well across our platforms in all the countries we work in.
In the military, sure. Yeah.
In the military world, I would say that we have technology. We could sit back and enjoy drones fighting, but for some reason, motivated infantry and 155 millimeter ammunition still needed.
I didn't catch the last bit.
It's still needed, infantry and ammunition for some reason. It would be very nice to sit and allow drones to fight, but it's not happening.
No, your point as well on disinformation. Obviously, new technologies is changing warfare. We saw Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan shift with drones. AI clearly is playing a role, cyber, Ukraine. But at the end of the day, a lot of bombs and rockets still making, and people on the ground making a difference. But AI is moving very fast. Do not sleep on AI. Next year, this conversation is likely to be more different than any other shift in any other topic that we will be addressing at Munich. And so, but great to kick it off nonetheless this year on the main stage. With that, Nihar, Kirsty, and Sundar, thank you all. Please join us in thanking our panel today.
Thank you.
Weil vorne rechts. Und dann sind wir beide vorgerannt, weil du nicht da warst.
Ja. Und dann hat er plötzlich aber vorne gesagt, nee, doch noch keine Fragen, weil wir erst noch mit den vorne weitersprechen. Ja, alles gut.
Gelb ist wieder im Stall. Schön.
Da bist du
Sehen uns noch. Wir haben noch einmal Fragen gleich, oder?
Ja, ich gucke bloß mal nach den Bakterien. Jetzt so gern sehen, dass man die Zeiten sieht von der Batterie. Das hätte mich mal interessiert. Das geht doch, das drauf. Ja, das geht beim Benzin. Na, das geht Benzin, ja. Das ist so wie so Ölbenzin, das ist doch. So. Weil das macht er zum Beispiel beim Akku, ne? Beim Akku sagt er es mir. Er rechnet da die Zeit aus.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Editor-in-Chief of Politico Europe, Jamil Anderlini.
Thank you very much for that rousing applause. So 3 decades after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the demise of the Soviet Union, those 3 decades were an age of globalization, of financialization. It didn't matter if you're a politician in Washington, D.C., an autocrat in Beijing, or a Eurocrat in Brussels. All that mattered was the mantra of GDP and markets. That era is over. We are now in the era of politicization, something that we at Politico document every single day. Geopolitics is back, and deglobalization is the order of the day. In that context, I'm extremely pleased to have such a distinguished panel to talk about these issues with me today. So first, I'd like to introduce the UK Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron of Chipping Norton. Dave to Ukraine. Next, I'd like to invite Rebecca Greenspan, who's the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Rebecca, great to see you. Thank you. Maria Gabriel is the Foreign Minister and Deputy Prime Minister of Bulgaria, and soon to be Prime Minister of Bulgaria. Great to see you. Thank you very much. Please. And last but not least, the Chancellor of Germany, who looks a bit like Chris Coons, a senior senator from the United States of America. Great to see you, sir. So, Lord Cameron, I'd like to start with you. And I'm going to ask the same question to all the panelists to kick us off. What do you see as the biggest risks, the biggest threats when it comes to geoeconomics today?
Well, I think you can say there's the risk that we don't solve the problem of climate change, there's the risk that we give in to protectionism, there's the risk that we allow threats to navigation in the Red Sea, for instance, where we have ships under attack. You could identify the risk of the Ukraine conflict and all that's done to food prices and oil prices, and you could see all of those things as risks. I think the biggest risk is the worry that we might not have the political will to solve problems even when we know what the answers are. We know that what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea is wrong, and we should have the courage of our convictions to deal with that problem. We know that Ukraine is in the right and has been invaded unfairly, and we have the power to back it and to bring that situation to a close, and the worry is that we won't do that. We have the answers on climate change, actually, if we think about it, if we make the commitments. I think perhaps, in many ways, the one you identified in your introduction about the dangers of politics driving deglobalization, I think that in some ways is the trickiest to deal with. I recognize that the sort of peak of globalization that you spoke about when I left university, the Berlin Wall was coming down, Russia was becoming a friendly power, China was joining the WTO, every country was opening their markets, building democracy. It felt, not that history had come to an end, but it felt like an age of globalization. We're clearly moving away from that, and I think one of the most important things that we need to do is make sure it's a course correction rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And why it's difficult is we have to adjust our own domestic politics to help deal with that. The Trumpian case for protectionism is not the cause of populism, it's the symptom. And we have to deal with the underlying causes. And in all our countries, I think it's the same. It's that people feel left behind, some people, some places, by globalization. I'm sure not in Delaware, but perhaps in other states further north. There's the issue of mass migration, which is a huge issue in the United States with your southern border. It's a big issue here in Europe. And I think unless we tackle some of these underlying causes of populism in politics, we will find that the protectionism that flows from that will seriously disrupt the potential success of our economy. So I would focus on that one in domestic politics, and on the global challenges, it's about building coalitions to have the will to deal with the problems that we have in front of us.
Building coalitions that are like-minded, as in building coalitions between democracies against autocracies, or if you listen to French President Emmanuel Macron, this idea of bloc-on-bloc conflict is a terrible danger. Do you subscribe to more the Biden view or the Macron view? The Biden view that we have to get together as democracies and stand up for our values, or that we need to avoid alienating
you have to remember,
the autocratic world?
I might be an ex-prime minister, but I'm still a trainee diplomat, so don't make me choose between France and America.
Trying to catch you.
That would be a terrible thing to have to do. Look, I think it's coalitions of the willing. If we take the issue of Ukraine, where it's clearly vital for European security that we prove that a country can't be invaded in this way, it's about every country that's an ally of that should all back that with money and their support and everything else. You don't have to be a democracy to see that sovereignty of borders is important, but most of the supporters are. And on other occasions and in other places, it will be coalitions of countries who see how important it is to keep freedom of navigation or to solve problems in the Middle East or whatever it is. It's people, it's countries that are willing to bend their effort to deliver the will that's needed.
Madam Prime Minister, soon to be Madam Prime Minister, can you tell me you were a commissioner in my current hometown of Brussels, and you have seen the world from this side of the English Channel. What would you say the biggest geostrategic, geoeconomic risks and threats today?
Well, before answering, I always like to take on board some lessons learned. And at least I think that there are two lessons from the last 2-3 years. First, with COVID, we all have seen that highly concentrated supply chains are a risk for our economy. And Russia's aggression in Ukraine show us how an over-reliance on a single country, especially with different interests and values, reduces our strategic options for our economy, and that's a threat for our citizens. So I think that the first challenge here is, of course, to identify clearly our risk, to see what are the vulnerabilities and how we can build partnerships. But there are different categories of risks after these lessons learned. Of course, resilience of supply chains, for me, including energy security, is one of the biggest risks, and we can see that this is playing a big geopolitical role. I would like also to say cyber threats of critical infrastructures, also technology security, and maybe I would like to add the weaponization of economic dependencies, and that could be a topic that we can't expect, like food. That was one of the questions that we already faced, and we need solutions. But that's why we need partnerships, or we need like-minded countries, because I fully believe that no single country can act alone. And only by taking unilaterally actions, you can't solve the problems. That's why we need cooperation, we need coordination. And I would like also to add, we need transparency and cooperation in order to anticipate maybe some unwanted consequences on third countries, especially the most vulnerable ones. We should think about this. So for me, is one of the best challenges that we have, de-risking the supply chains by diversification and access. And that means, again, to invest in our resilience, in our competitiveness. Maybe from the point of view of Bulgaria, I would like also to demand to invest much more in more security in the cross-border connectivity, because we can see that on a regional level, there is a lot to do.
I'd like to push you a little bit on, when I hear diversification of supply chains, I hear code for not being too reliant on China, which produces by far, controls really the upstream, the middle stream, and the downstream of many supply chains. So is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not saying exactly that, because we should stop to be naive, but I think that if you act together, if you stay united, if we put in front of us with two key words, proportionality and precision, we can achieve a lot. When I'm saying proportionality, that means that we need tools that are at the level of the risk, that are in our disposal, and precision really to have very targeted measures and to see what risk we would like to target. And I think that that should be the approach, not to generalize it, especially because there is one superpower on one country, but to be proportional and precise to have more chances to succeed.
Fair enough. Senator Coons, what would you say the biggest threats to geoeconomics are today, for America in particular?
Speaking from an American perspective.
Besides Donald Trump, carry on.
Speaking from an American perspective, where we are tightly integrated in our continent, two out of our three largest trade partners are Mexico and Canada. So saying that we'd like to have more secure and resilient supply chains, yes, that does mean friendshoring and reshoring and reducing somewhat our dependence on China, but not completely eliminating it. I'm talking about the challenges and risks of cyber threats, of AI, of climate change, of pandemics. I think more broadly, the challenge is to hit a Goldilocks middle point, to be neither too hot nor too cold, but just right. As Lord Cameron was suggesting, the politics of the global system, if we are too wide open, we are at some risk of leaving behind those who are less competitive in a global marketplace and having a protectionist, populist backlash in our politics, as we've seen, which is the symptom, not the cause. But if we abandon all ambition for climate engagement, if we go too far the other way, then we reduce what is some of the greatest potential of global trade, which is the uplift out of poverty of hundreds of millions of people, the engagement with the world. We left university at about the same time, and the transformation of countries like India and China through globalization has been astonishing. I spent time in Africa, a semester at the University of Nairobi, and the transformation in Kenya as a result of its connection into the world economy has been striking. But some of the social costs, some of the impacts, whether it's environmentally or it's politically in terms of the towns abandoned in the heartland of the United States, those are real. So we need to retain some climate ambition, some trade ambition, but we need to not overperform such that we have an overheated system.
Secretary General Greenspan, what would you say the big threats, the big risks are today from your perspective?
I think that the specific risk has been mentioned, but I would say two things. First, fragmentation, that we will have a fragmented system, fragmented trade, fragmented economy, fragmented security, no multilateralism, no collective action in the world. And that may well lead to leaving most of the people behind. We can really, if that will be the case, we will leave most of the people of the South without an opportunity to really make it happen. You know, trade has been one of the main engines of growth for the South. And if we don't find a way, and I think that you mentioned that, Mr. Cameron, if we cannot find a way to look through politics, not being naive, but to look through politics, to find collective solutions, we will leave people behind. And I don't think that a world that will live with low growth, low trust, and low hope will be more secure. So we need to do something to bring this together, to try to find solutions, not to throw the baby with the dirty water, because at the end we will have to agree in WTO, we will have to agree in security, it's not only the coalitions of the willing, I understand that, but we need to include the rest. And I think that the real risk is that we won't. And so we will really fragment the economic and trade systems without being able to make it.
Could I push you a little bit on the WTO? Because I've covered it for most of my career, and now Politico covers it very, very closely, but from what most of us can see, it's basically a hollow shell. It's basically moribund. You really think the WTO is the answer for encouraging more world trade? Because Donald Trump doesn't think so, and probably even Joe Biden doesn't really think so either. So
no, that's the problem, no?
But can it be salvaged? Because it's not just American politicians, it's politicians across the world are saying this thing doesn't work anymore. It's been gamed by certain countries, large countries in Asia.
So let's put it this way. Okay, we get rid of WTO, and then? Well, you have in trade only the power game, yes? In the power game, countries like yours, maybe because now the European Union is your choice, but my country, Costa Rica, cannot make it, yes?
Yeah, but interestingly, the choice, I mean, let me join in a bit on this, right? So we've left the European Union, as you know. I ran the campaign to stay in, but I lost, and now I'm back in government. But one of the things that's happened since we've left is Britain has introduced the single most generous trade system of any major country or any major bloc for the less developed countries.
We miss you in the European Union.
The developing country trade system. It's better than anything but arms. It's better than the EU alternative, better than the American alternative. So I don't buy the argument that countries can't on their own sometimes be big enough to matter, but small enough to be nimble and make those changes. And I'm a supporter of the WTO, don't get me wrong, but I think sometimes when we come up against bureaucratic inertia and systems that aren't working, it is possible in this modern networked world to come up with coalitions of the willing that can produce incredible international institutions. Take, for example, the WHO. Of course, it's an important organization, but let's be honest, it's not the fastest to respond to problems. It wasn't very fast on Ebola. It wasn't very fast on COVID. Could we set up an early warning system, which is actually countries voluntarily joining together and sharing scientific data? Yes, it's being done, I think, right here in Germany. Look at the Global Alliance on Vaccines and Immunization, Gavi. Look at the Global Fund. These organizations are incredible global bodies that were built through a combination of philanthropy, countries that cared about it, and institutions that wanted to join in. So I'm an internationalist, but I'm a sort of realist. Sometimes you need people to come together in a coalition of the willing to build something great, and other people will get on board.
And why do you have to choose the same problem that you put?
I'll tell you the story. After Ebola, where Britain helped Sierra Leone, and France helped Guinea, and America helped Liberia, and we did get to the top of the situation, I turned around to my officials in number 10 Downing Street afterwards, and I said, that's great that we fixed this. Why don't we now reform the WHO and really make it fit for purpose? About half an hour later, they all they'd finished laughing by then and said, David, you waste the rest of your political career doing that. Some of these institutions are really impossible to reform. Now, that's not to say they don't do important work. They do. But sometimes it's quicker and more nimble to do a new network.
Okay, I'm gonna use my prerogative as the moderator. I'll give you half a minute, and then Senator Coons.
In the pandemic, the WHO failed again.
And the coalition did fail?
It wasn't there.
Did fail or not?
No, it wasn't there.
No, it was there.
If it had been there,
it was there, but for their own
You must
purpose.
respect my authority as the moderator.
Sorry.
Senator
We'll
Coons.
fight this out later.
Senator Coons, what do you think of the WTO?
Well, I'll agree that we could spend the entire rest of the conference debating whether the WTO is fit for purpose and whether it's possible to reform it. I do think that there are potential coalitions of the willing on issues like climate change and decarbonizing industrial sectors, where we can begin with a common approach across a half dozen countries that have fairly strict emissions controls, fairly high labor standards, and say, we're going to trade with each other, and we're going to welcome in and invite in any other country that shows comparable ambition. That's already started between the UK and EU. Canada has a price on carbon.
TPP.
No,
TPP, an attempt that should have succeeded, where the United States, I think, to that point about not enough ambition, we built it. There was a table, everyone else is around it, there's an empty chair with our name on it. We imported many of the critical chapters of TPP into what became USMCA, the redone NAFTA, NAFTA 2.0. After NAFTA was ratified, it was passed by the Congress, I was actually optimistic that under a Trump presidency with a House led by Speaker Pelosi, we were able to come to an agreement about how to have higher environmental and labor standards and economic integration. But it ran out of steam. And the larger point you were debating, I think, was about whether or not you can fix the WTO or you should build more agile, shorter-term, narrow-focused efforts, I think, in the most pressing global issue of the moment, which is how do we decarbonize? How do we deal with climate change? The EU has moved first, and they have a carbon border adjustment mechanism that is beginning to kick in. It will be imposing tariffs on US exports, on exports from Costa Rica. Bulgaria will be participating as a member of the EU, and the UK is finding its way in. Coming up with a harmonized way that we can deal with this, that it can drive down emissions globally, I think ought to be the work of trade in the 21st century.
I want to hear from Prime Minister Gabriel, but I just
by the way, that's into a carbon border adjustment mechanism, not into the EU. I just wanted to confirm, in case we got hairs running here.
I'd just like to point out we're rehabilitating a phrase that took America into its invasion, quite disastrous invasion of Iraq. So, you know, coalition of the willing. Maybe you want to work on your branding, Lord Cameron. But
maybe
Prime Minister
it's
Gabriel.
important to say that the coalition of the willingness, it's not always only when you have countries that are participating and they are strong or they have strong interests. That's why I mentioned that it is possible also to have different forces, different formats, different participants with countries that are sharing similar vulnerabilities. I think that is something also that we should exploit a little bit more, because in many cases it's obvious who is behind the coalition of the willingness, but if we insist and we share more information. We have common initiatives with countries that are sharing same vulnerabilities, that share the same levels of risk. They have also their chances to be heard and to have a voice.
I'd like to shift a little bit. We're going to open up for questions in a few minutes. But Lord Cameron, as Prime Minister, you heralded a golden era between the UK and China. But since then, China has only become more repressive at home, more aggressive abroad, and today even its economy appears to be in dire trouble. Wouldn't you agree with me that the concept of engagement and what the Germans call change through trade has utterly failed?
Well, what I'd say is that it's important to engage. I've come straight here from a meeting with the Chinese Foreign Minister. And look, there are plenty of things we disagree about and plenty of arguments that we have, and I think there's no doubt China has become more assertive than when I was Prime Minister. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try and engage. It's not saying change through trade. That's not a phrase I've used. It's just that there are lots of things we need to do with China. We're not going to solve climate change if we exclude 1/5 of humanity. So we've got to have a climate change and energy dialogue with China. That makes sense. It's important to have a trade dialogue. There are major investors into our country, we're big investors into their country. Having that dialogue makes sense. So try and find the areas where you're having a dialogue and you can talk to each other, and then but be very clear in those areas where you believe China is a major strategic challenge in cyberspace and elsewhere. You have to have some very frank conversations. So our policy is, protect your key infrastructure and your relationships, engage where you can and where it works, and then align with your allies to make sure we're trying to do the same things at the same times and in the same ways. I think that's a very sensible policy, but the engage bit is important.
Senator Coons, there was never, I would say probably never an age of a golden era between the United States and China, but there was certainly for many years, even decades, an idea of engagement. This post-Cold War, this post-Berlin Wall idea that if we engage and we trade, then China will become a democracy. China will become more like us. And would you say that was always a flawed and wrong idea, or do you think maybe it was right once and maybe it's wrong now? Or
Look, I'd say there was a broad consensus that as China rose and developed a middle class, that it would become a less repressive regime. I don't think there was ever a broad view that it would become a democracy of the British or American type, but certainly a view that it would become less regionally aggressive, less repressive domestically, and a more open society. And I think that had some basis in reality for decades. I think Xi Jinping has taken the Chinese Communist Party in a different direction, and his vision of the role of the party in the economy, in the lives of the average citizen, and their place in history in the region is sharply different from his predecessors. And so that sharp turn to the right wasn't inevitable, but there has been a dramatic change in how they interact with the region and the world. The United States and China are still tightly economically integrated in ways and at levels we never were with the Soviet Union. a renewed Cold War between the US and the PRC is not desirable or even possible. But there are now restrictions on the export into China of very sensitive dual-use technology that the United States and core allies have worked out, and there are increasing restrictions on inbound investment into the United States because of our concerns about the security risks involved. The global discussion about Huawei and ZTE and the risks to the telecommunications backbone of the world was a difficult period of vigorous disagreement with close friends and partners around the world, where in the end, many have come to the conclusion that the United States under the previous administration was advancing, which was you should pay attention to the security and to the separateness of your core telecom infrastructure. We've also bluntly seen the PRC use our economic openness against us globally. They've used trade to punish countries where they don't like what they're choosing to do, from Lithuania to Australia, to say, if you disagree with us, if you question the origin of COVID, or if you play with recognizing Taiwan, we will use our economic leverage and come at you. We need to do a better job of having agile tools to respond to that. That's something I'm working to legislate on in the United States, and it's something that looks to the WTO as a framework that isn't really effective at preventing the use of economic coercion as a tool of policy or even of aggression.
Prime Minister Gabriel, you are from a formerly communist country, and how would you view the role of China and this idea that it could still maybe one day, with more engagement, with more trade, could still become a less repressive, less assertive in its region? Do you think that's true, possible? Is that just...
Well, actually, I see a tension between economic security and open economy, because we know that the economy thrives when there is openness, there is rules-based trade and investment, where there is this collaboration. I must say that looking from my experience, we have really to think about when China was the most present in the Eastern Europe, when on some topics these countries were not fully on board, when the decision is taken at European or global level. So I think that it's more than ever important that these countries now have an experience, and more active they are on global and European topics, they fully understand that maybe there are other reasons behind. And they are aware that we need, on one side, to preserve some limits, but on the other side to stay open. And that's why these concepts of level playing field, reciprocities are so important. When it is not respected, we should really not be naive. And I must say that I'm always using the example of innovation, because we all talk about big goals, climate, or even to put an end to the fragmentation, we need innovation. And innovation needs to be open, this openness, collaboration, partnerships. Maybe in that case, again, for me, what is important is to have access of as large as possible geo-economic toolbox. Again, we have digital partnerships with Trade and Technology Council, climate alliances, raw materials partnerships. I think that it will be important to define our interest in these partnerships, and by our participation, of course, to see how we can manage these challenges.
Would you like to comment on, China is a big member of the United Nations. Maybe you don't want to delve into this particular topic, or maybe you do.
No, but let me just say that referring to the former discussion, that I understand perfectly well that the countries can get together, beyond the multilateral system, and that has always happened. Yeah. And it will continue to happen. Even in the WTO, there is these plurinational groups that are getting, able to build consensus. And I am not the head of the WTO, yes, I am defending Ngozi here. So I understand that. My point is that there are things that will be difficult only to solve with these coalitions. Yeah. And I will give you an example in climate change that is so important, that we all are committed, that we know that trade has to be part of the solution, yes? Well, but the developing countries and the small and medium-sized developing countries have found that in the last 10 years, the regulations with respect to climate has gone up 600-fold, 600-fold. So they cannot navigate that system. It's too complicated for them. You see my point? At the end, there has to be something that we can agree with, and we have to agree together for the countries that have less capacities, that need more growth today, to be able to make it happen. And in a very complex system, they will be marginalized. And if we don't converge on some of these regulations, so that will continue to happen to them. And so dividing the world between the rich, the big, and the rest, maybe it's not the best.
No, but that's not what I'm simply asking.
No, I agree, I agree.
Britain's a huge contributor to the United Nations peacekeeping, to all of the global institutions, and we support all of them. But if you just said, well, that's all we can do. I mean, let's take the Red Sea, for example. I mean, you know, you've got a situation where ships are being attacked in the Red Sea day after day, and, you know, what do we do? Nothing? The Houthis can get up in the morning, fire missiles at ships, have zero cost, no cost at all to them. Just leave it like that? Or actually, do you need some countries to say, no, this is not acceptable. This is actually costing Egypt a fortune because no one's going through the Suez Canal. It's putting inflation all over the world. It's stopping world trade. Sometimes you need countries with political will to step forward and say, well, on this occasion, it can't be solved simply through the UN. So ditto with Ukraine. I mean, because Russia has a veto, what should we do? Stand back and say, well, the UN's got nothing to say about it because Russia vetoes it, we can't get involved. To me, it's
no, I understand that.
You need both. You need both.
We can carry this on afterwards in the bar afterwards. I'd like to open it up to questions from the audience, and we have one right here. Could you stand up? Someone will bring you a microphone. There it is, coming. The soldier there will give it to you. And could you identify yourself and then ask a question? Just to be very clear, we want questions, not statements, please.
Thank you. My question to Mr. Cameron. But before I make a
who are you?
comment, I'm the Wang Yiwei, Yamle Chair Professor at the Renmin University of China. Comments to the moderator says the engagement policy with China failed. It looks like China is more like China, not the West, like me. I dressed very Chinese, right? But if you look very carefully, I'm very European, like this style. And even this uniform we learned from Prussia, Bismarck, Germany. It's not Chinese, okay? So the People's Republic of China, even China, even its names given by the Europe, Karl Marx come from Germany, Europe.
Spent a lot of time in Britain.
Yeah, of course, China is the most successful story of industrialization, globalization. Why you say engagement policy failed, okay? This is my short comment. But the question to Mr. Cameron, you have two nicknames in China. You are Mr. Golden Arrow. And in Europeans, you have the nickname of the Mr. Brexit, right? So my questions connected to each other. When we talk about de-risk, actually, Brexit is a de-risk strategy of the UK with European Union. You agree, right? But they're still very controversial in the UK that many, even half of the British regrets of the enjoy the sovereignty, freedom, but suffered a lot after Brexit. So
okay, I can answer this.
Lessons you can share with the Brexit.
Okay,
now
sure.
It's China thinks the de-risk from China.
Let me answer that question. Thank you. We're a democracy in which I'm happy to say politicians keep their promises. I made a promise 2 years before the 2015 election that if my party won and we formed a government, we'd hold a referendum. We kept that promise to the British people. The British people held the referendum. I campaigned for us to stay in. I lost, but we accepted the result, and we carried out Brexit. That is what a democratic country does. Promises made, promises kept, promises delivered. Now, what's happened to Britain since? I'm not changing my view, but actually let's look at it. Britain has grown faster than Germany since Brexit. Britain is, as I put it, big enough to matter, but small enough to be nimble. And we are joining trade deals all over the world. We joined CPTPP. We got there before you. Now, We are working, instead of being a member of the European Union, we are a friend, a neighbor, and a partner. And I would argue that Ukraine demonstrates that in many ways we are the best friend, the best neighbor, the best partner. Britain has probably done more to help Ukraine economically, morally, diplomatically, and militarily than most other European countries. So we are a very effective partner, and we're making it work. Now, if Britain was a much smaller country, maybe this would be difficult, but we're still about the 5th or 6th largest economy in the world. And so friend, neighbor, and partner can work perfectly well for Britain, and we're demonstrating by signing these trade deals around the world and cooperating around the world that we can make it work. That's what a democracy does, and I'm delighted to be back and part of it.
I'd like to offer another question to the audience. You had your hand up first. Oh, sorry. You run away with the microphone.
Oh, come back again.
It's his turn, yeah. Thank you. If you could identify yourself and then a question for one of them.
Yes, happy to do so. My name is Shafiq Gabra. I'm from Egypt. I'm a businessman. My question is to Lord Cameron. You had the courage and the foresight of making a statement a couple of weeks ago. The Balfour Declaration came from the UK, created Israel. You made the statement about a Palestinian state. Do you think we'll see a Cameron declaration come to...
I don't think that...
I ask you because you had the courage of making that statement. I have noticed in your introductory remarks, you didn't mention Gaza or Israel at all. You mentioned everything else. So my question to you, because you had that insight of making that statement, is there a possibility of seeing this happen in 2024?
Is there a chance?
Before I just want to say something to Senator Coombs.
Trying to move along.
What is 133? That's quite an interesting thing that I've noticed, Chris. You got to tell me about it. Has that anything to do with Delaware?
No, it's the number of days hostages have been held in Gaza.
Let me thank you for your question. To give you a very frank answer, I don't think this Cameron declaration will be anything like as influential as the Balfour Declaration. All I said is a very simple thing, which is that Britain has always supported a two-state solution. And a two-state solution, meaning a state of Israel secure in its own borders and a Palestinian state secure in its own borders. Clearly that requires the recognition of a Palestinian state. And Britain's view has always been that we should recognize that state when it best contributes to the process of peace and development of this two-state solution. And what I said, which I think was perhaps a tiny bit new, but not revolutionary, was I don't think that recognition should come at the start of the process, because I think there are lots of things the Palestinians need to do to, from their end, make sure that state can function properly with a good, effective government. But it shouldn't have to come at the end. It's something that can be part of the momentum, and we need to see this irreversible momentum towards a two-state solution, and it can be part of that. And that's why I made that statement. I'm pleased to say that some others have followed it and said that's the sort of approach they're going to take. The Americans traditionally have said, we will only recognize a Palestinian state when Palestinians and Israelis agree. And I think the problem with that, it would come right at the end of the process, and it effectively gives Israel a veto. So I prefer our formulation, but interestingly, the Americans have said they're looking again at how they make that judgment. So I hope, I don't care about the Cameron Declaration bit, but I hope we do, in the coming years, see a two-state solution, and I hope we do see the recognition of a Palestinian state alongside a secure state of Israel, because ultimately that is the way to deliver genuine peace, security, and dignity to all those living in those lands.
The gentleman right here has a question. Do you mind? Yeah, thank you. Please identify yourself and then who you are asking the question to. Maybe not all for Lord Cameron.
Yes, give someone else a go. Give me a break.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Choi from Chinese University. Indeed, it looks like it's a showcase for our chair about how about now politicization in Europe and the United States to regard this so-called economic security. I think that now it looks like the transatlantic states are trying to forge the consensus that you will try to promote this economic security policy, even in the price of more economic fragmentation in the world. But my question is, there will be more safe or more safety for transatlantic relations or states without economic cooperation with China? And another, maybe a softer question, not so assertive one, is do you think the economic security policy is just a response in short term in the mindset of crisis management, or it's a long-term tendency? Because my question is, once it is not China, maybe another emerging economy in the next decade, what will happen? You will do the same thing or not? Thank you.
I'll take a stab, and I'm not sure I fully, so if I misunderstood the question, please redirect. Look, if I understood your question, it's, are we not putting the world at risk of greater economic fragmentation by having efforts or initiatives that are small groups that are focused around, for example, the CBAM example I used earlier, or the semiconductor chip manufacturing controls that have been put in place by the United States and Netherlands and UK and a number of other countries, Japan. I would argue that there is an attempt here at a course correction, at a change in economic activity. I was active in the private sector for a decade before I went into politics. One of the things that was striking to me was the frequency with which the company I worked for and many other American companies found that they had their inventions and innovations taken and used in China as the price of our doing business in China. And it became so widespread and such a negative in terms of the view of the American business community of engaging in business in China that it picked up steam over time. As long as all the businesses involved were making more and more money, they seemed to be perfectly happy to have their intellectual property rights taken. Today, that is part of the narrative in the United States. And that's not unique to the US and China. Some would point out that at an earlier stage of development, the United States took quite a few inventions from the United Kingdom as we were developing in the 19th century. But I would argue that outside of the context of just the US-China relationship, having global rules that are followed, having rules about intellectual property, about data transfer, about quality of goods, and about dumping and countervailing duties and tariffs, benefits everyone. The challenge of the last few decades has been that there have been some countries who have just not played by these rules. And so now there is a debate, a discussion about whether or not fragmentation is the greater risk, or continuing wide open trade where there are some crossing of the lines and no meaningful enforcement mechanisms. In my opening comment, I said, I hope that we will not abandon global trade and engagement, but also be clear that there are some areas where there are real risks, politically, economically, and environmentally, that need to be focused on. So my hope is that we will sustain a robust relationship with China, but one where there is more understanding about expectations and rules and the path forward.
Anyone else like to, probably have time for one more question. Does anyone else like to, would you like to ask a question? Or if not, I have my last question. Again, Lord Cameron, in the last few days, the Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has suggested you should kiss her posterior and mind your own business. This is a question for everybody. Is this a symptom of the broader, this is a symptom of the broader resurgent nativism and isolationism in the United States. How should Europe and the UK react economically to this real rise of what we saw, you know, in the interwar period? We saw it pre-World War I, you know, American exceptionalism combined with isolationism, which we haven't seen necessarily for quite a few decades. How do we deal with that?
I think we have to...
And would you like to say anything to Congresswoman
No, we met. I went to the Republican study group lunch talking about exactly this issue.
About kissing her posterior? Wait.
We didn't get anatomical at that stage. It was very early in our relationship. I think the point I would make is I am very understanding of other countries' politics. And, you know, when I say to American congressmen and women, please vote for this bill, please release this money for Ukraine, I do it hugely respecting the pressures that they're under politically. And I understand, if we have a problem with illegal migration. It saps people's faith in your politics. It saps people's faith in your migration system. You have to deal with it. And I completely understand that. And what I was trying to say to American politicians was, I say this out of, it's not lecturing, it's not hectoring, it's because not only do I love my own country, I love the United States, I love their democracy, I love your rights and freedoms. I love the way we've fought together to defend freedom, down the decades. And I think this is so important for America, not just for Europeans, not just for Brits that we support Ukraine, because think about what happens if we lose. Think what happens if Putin wins. Okay, that affects Ukraine, that affects Europe, that makes every member of NATO worried, but it should make America worried too. Every time America has disengaged from Europe, when it's had to come back in, it's paid a bigger price in blood and casualties and treasure and all the rest of it. And also, to those people in Congress who say we should be worrying about China rather than Russia, if Ukraine doesn't prevail against Putin, they will be watching in Iran, they'll be watching in China. Our allies will be wondering, are we good allies? Right. When we say we're going to help someone and support someone, we're going to see it through, or we're going to back off at the first sign of trouble. So I said it as someone who loves America, who wants America to be strong and powerful and the essential nation as our partner in the world. And if I didn't quite get that across to Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm not going to give up, because I think it's really important. And I don't mind when
she's known for her love of dialogue.
But I don't mind it when Americans come to Britain and talk to us about the things we need to do together. We've got to have that dialogue. We have to make our arguments intelligently and understand each other's politics. But you've got to make the arguments.
This is a great case for why we should make civics and history more broadly mandatory in American public education. Because bluntly, the last time America First was a nationwide movement in the United States. It was led by Charles Lindbergh. It was on the eve of the Second World War, and American isolation, as our Vice President said right here on the stage, did not produce insulation. When we tried to turn inward and ignore the conflicts that were emerging in Asia and Europe, they came to us anyway, but at a huge cost. That's the moment we're in right now, and we are literally having these arguments within the Congress about the obvious consequences, as you just articulated. If we fail to come to Ukraine's defense, it will not just be Putin who will be emboldened. It will be also China, it will be also Iran, it will be also other countries, and the consequences for our place in the world will be devastating. We will have ignored the lessons of history, and we will have abandoned our close partners and allies. I am confident we will not do that, but we will fight this through in just the few next weeks. I think it was Winston Churchill who said, you can always count on the Americans to do the right thing after they've tried everything else.
Amen.
Good way to end. Quoting Churchill, great. Thank you very, very much for this excellent panel. Thank you, and for the great audience. Thank you so much.
Channel 1. 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 Channel 1.
Channel 1.